Well, good afternoon or good evening. It is great to be with you, and thank you for joining me. This is the Bunker Bob Show, and we're broadcasting live from Sulphur Springs to review or to learn about some candidates who want to be the next state rep. Obviously, what has occurred in this state rep district is a disappointment to a lot of people, and specifically Brian Slayton, who was a true conservative, made some bad choices, and they weren't mistakes; they were bad choices, and he has suffered the consequences of those choices. And as the Bible says, that there are none good, not even one. That Jesus Christ was the only perfect man, not making excuses in any way, shape, manner, or form. But it is incumbent upon us to understand that as much as we desire and find to elect individuals who are going to be men and women of character, integrity, the fact of the matter is there are none that are good, not even one. And so as we listen to tonight, we're going to be hearing from candidates who want to be the next state rep for this district, and so it'll be there are 5 candidates that are running, and this is basically the Hopkins County Civic Center, and you can see that a lot of people have gotten here already, and they are ready to hear the candidates. Hopkins County has essentially created an evening of dinner, and this is what the Grassroots looks like. It's a hot dog event. This is not your whining and dining type of area. These are people. This is the Grassroots, I should say, and these are the people who are frustrated with Joe Biden and with what is happening in Austin in many ways. But these are the Grassroots. These are the people who really care about the state of Texas, and of course, this area is really important. So this state rep district, or this state house seat, is a very important one that they want to see filled with someone who is going to reflect a conservative point of view, and so that's what we're seeing tonight. And so this is always, and again, I'm sorry, I'm on I've got a couple of real cameras, so this is basically obviously a phone that I'm shooting from, but you're going to be able to see. Well, I just realized that I've got this on what's called AFV, so you're not going to be able to hear me if I go off of this view. But let me. I'm going to get back with you in just a few minutes. I need to go run and do a few things. It's supposed to start at 6. So for those of you who are joining me already, welcome. Glad to have you with me. And we're going to have a good night tonight. Congressman Pat Fallon is going to be here, by the way. So it'll be great to hear from him and what's going on in Washington, D.C. So sit back. Be back with you in just a...
Okay, folks, there's more hot dogs ready in there. If you want one, go ahead and get them.
I left my notepad in the truck.
Oh, okay.
I picked a spot in the hot dog. Sit on the part of the table that's close.
It's like, oh my gosh, I feel like I've been here a week already.
So let's first talk about the unpleasantness that caused this meeting. If that's okay. It was a huge manslaughter fan. Talked about that. It was a huge disappointment in the choices that he made. And it was the right thing that he ended up being in that position. But how does that impact your background now? How was that reverberated throughout the grassroots?
I think there was a lot of disappointment.
Legislative priority number one, right? Go Democrat chairman. And of course, I expect that question to be asked of all of the candidates you're going to bring to. Are you going to vote for Dave Baylor, or are you going to see him? So, where is Hunt County?
I think the main thing
been a part of a long time. So how long have you been precinct chair? So those of you don't know yet, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. In 2008,
ask, is that all because of you? Man, I appreciate you being here, and thanks for helping with this event. I know that you've been part of this. It's a great example of the grassroots. We're not eating steak and shrimp. We are eating hot dogs, and that's what East Texas is all about, right? Thanks for taking a little time with me. You know, that's what this is about, great conservative leadership. And another great conservative leader is a guy named Lance Lentz, who is the chair of Zandt County. Now, Lance, unfortunately, we've known each other, come on over here, we've known each other for quite some time. And it's always amazing. I think I remember the first thing that you got elected to. Tell me if I'm wrong. But what I recall is it was the year that I ran for national delegate and you ran for elected. Was that the first thing? I'm talking about in the party. You're okay. I didn't realize you were a state rep candidate for it. Oh, okay. Got it. Leo Berman took care of Bob. Bob Blaze. I mean, Bob Blaze is a guy who promised to serve only 5 terms, and then he decided to serve another term. I mean, he was an entrenched politician. It is not easy to beat people who are entrenched. So I'm going to ask you kind of the same question I asked David. How we got here is I guess, a lesson in humility and in reality that there are none good, not even Jesus Christ, the only one who is good. So as good as these candidates are, there are none perfect. And so we have to understand flawed. So we're trying to pick the best. So when you think about what occurred, I'm slavery, I was a big fan of it. I'm saying that. No problem saying that. When you think about what happened, how did that impact VanTrease County Grassroots? way. Just I helped get Van elected. Let's talk a little bit about that. Shooter. Hey, Chris, man. concern that legislative session is, well, it's delayed right now. Haven't made their special session still. Think about this session. What are the highlights to the fact that the federal judge has now said you've got to move him. He's saying, it's interesting because I've been keeping my powder dry. I want to watch the trial and hear the evidence for myself because no evidence was really brought. I wasn't able to defend itself and anything else nonsense. So I'm with Brent Money. I think this should never have gone to where it is now. But now that it's there, I'm wanting to wait. I'm waiting to see what happens. Where are you on this? It's too detailed. I'm just saying it was so it was heartbreaking. I'll put it that way, right? I mean, I remember after I read through the entire thing, I went to my wife and I just said I couldn't believe it. It was heartbreaking. We were talking, it's almost time to start, but we're looking forward to Dallas coming out of state convention. Lance, you were the caucus chair for our Grassroots. Grassroots or state senatorial? Well, it's good to have you. I'm so glad that you're in perspective. great precinct chairs, or excuse me, county chairs. And this is why the state party is doing such a great job. Scotty Weisenmaker is running this show, and that's one classic guy. And he's a hoot. He's got a stump up there, and I'm sure he'll talk about that as well. But I think we're about ready to start. So I'm gonna bring it back over there, and I'll be back with you in a little bit. Check 1, 2. Okay, so I'm hoping that you can hear now, and I've gotten some great feedback from some friends out there who are watching, and I'm hoping that that you can hear me now. So I'm just gonna do a little sound check here from this microphone, and I'll be watching the sound as this thing progresses from the front. So please give me feedback. We'll make sure that you can hear everything, because that's the worst thing not to be able to hear. So I'm hoping that you're able to hear me now.
So what y'all want, looking at your
go.
watches, the reason we're running a few minutes late is because, and I know you, if you know Pat Fallon, I know you're not going to believe this, but Pat's running a few minutes late. And anyhow, we're going to wait about another 5 minutes and then we'll get things started. So go ahead and eat ice cream while there's ice cream left. We're fastly running out of ice cream, but we do still have hot dogs.
Okay, so now that you can hear what is being said, I want to do, so I brought Lance back over, drug him over, and he's willing to just talk real quickly. Let's come on into frame. There we go. All right, so Lance, tell us a little bit more about what's going on in Zandt and this race in particular, where people are. You said it's kind of a divided county, and what does that mean for this race?
It'll have an impact on this race. How, in this case, it'd be Jill Dutton, is kind of the Dan Flynn stronger candidate. In other words, she and Dan got along really well. There's impacts with the Tea Party on this, but Jill's also been a Tea Party member. So, and then there was the divide with former Representative Slayton. So that would be the Dan Flynn-Slayton really divide. And that's why it's been kind of hard for some of our people to figure out how to separate that.
You know, I didn't know any of that. Did you know? I was surprised that that there were people so beholden to Flynn. I would think that people would have been thrilled with Slayton for what he did as a representative. I'm not talking about his misdeeds. I'm talking about as a representative. I mean, he was a very conservative member of the House.
Yeah, he was. He went after people pretty good. One of the things is never wound the king and kill him.
Yeah, you want to kill him if you're gonna go after him.
So when he went against the Speaker of the House, you could see there was going to be a lot of ammunition come back to bear on him, and it showed. I mean, he's different than our state senator, Bob Hall. Bob Hall works a lot better with people, was able to get better constituency together, work with different groups in Austin, wasn't nearly as abrasive as Brian was. You know, Brian printed T-shirts, had people wearing T-shirts and stuff. It was kind of fun, but at the same time, it really brought a light to him, and if you're going to mess up, that light's going to be shining on you. So, and that's probably caused a lot of hurt in Zandt County. Was here, a lot of conservatives thought we had a really great candidate, working really hard, and then literally to be blindsided by his actions down in Austin. So, and it's, you know, you brought it up earlier, it's hard to know that level of a candidate until they're in Austin and you get a chance to see how they're really going to operate, how the lobbyists are going to work with them. or just how much power goes to their head. So,
Well, obviously it was devastating. I'm a father of a daughter, so when reading through the testimony there, it was heartbreaking. I'll just say that. So we've got 5 good candidates because this House District 2 is a conservative district, period. And so we're going to probably get a fairly conservative House member regardless. But your horse, it sounds like it's Jill.
no,
Okay.
I'm not endorsing anybody on this. No,
Good evening,
remain
everyone.
quiet on it. I'm just giving you
If
an
you
example
will,
of
find
what's taking
your
place in
chairs,
Zandt County.
please.
It's different from the other 2 counties.
And then
All right,
once
looks
you
like we're
find
starting.
them,
Thank
fix
you,
and
Lance.
stand back
Appreciate
up
you.
because I'm going to call on the Honorable Judge Newsom to come forward and open this with prayer. Judge Newsom.
Well, thank you, Donnie, and thank you for standing up. We honored the Lord. I was just telling somebody over here a moment ago, I said, if God's not honored in this, we don't want to have a part in it. Would you agree with me? We want God to be glorified, whether Republican, Democrat, or whatever. America is about God and its founding fathers, and we need to recognize that because he's had his hand on this country for several hundred years. And it's in the greatest danger of my life, at least, the future of America. So today is a very important day, and I thank you for the candidates. All of you candidates, put yourselves on the line out there. Been there, done that, and I admire you for it. So thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for folks from many counties, especially Van Zandt and Hunt counties. We're sister counties. Thank you so much for being here. Let's pray together. Well, Father, thank you so much for this wonderful day, Lord. I thank you for each and every person that came tonight, Lord, and we say thank you for America. Thank you for the freedoms that we enjoy. Thank you for letting us come together, express our views under our First Amendment, under our Constitution, under American values, Lord. We say thank you so much. And I pray, Lord, tonight, as I think about the world and where we are in the world, I just pray for our emergency responders. I pray for our military. I pray for our police. I pray for all of those, Lord, who care for us. Bless them everywhere they are throughout the earth. And God, I pray for America. Move in a powerful and mighty way across this land. Bring about righteousness and justice and truth. And we tell you we love you with all our hearts. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. If you will remain standing, Chairman Hale from Hunt County is going to come lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Let's honor the United States. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Chairman Hale. Now Judge Brad Cummings is going to lead us in the national anthem. You're going to get the set. Enjoy.
Is this stationary? I'm going to leave that there. Join me, please. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the
Thank you, Judge. Well, y'all can be seated now. I'm sorry. Well, good evening to you. I want to welcome you to, we normally in Hopkins County have a old-time political rally in September. But it's special this year because I've been joined by Hunt County and Zandt County to have a tri-county event for the House District 2 candidates. And so I want to welcome you all for coming. Our goal for doing this, Lance and David and myself, we talked about it early on about what we wanted is we wanted to have a deal where, and try to have it sort of a central location, have it where people that want to know who they're voting for will be able to have questions asked that'll be thought-provoking, that so the cream, as the old saying is, the cream rises to the top, and that way you can decide whether or not one particular person is the one that you want to vote for. And the good thing about this for the candidates is that most of you guys are political activists. You're interested in the nation. You're interested in our state. And so you'll go out and you'll talk to people. And so anyhow, I do appreciate all these candidates for working like they have. But before I go any further, I want to recognize a group of people in Hopkins County that helped make this event possible. And that's my precinct chairs. Because I'm here to tell you, the precinct chairs are the backbone of the party. I'm the face. They hadn't got much of a face, but I'm the face of the party. And I'm very privileged and honored to be able to have this group of people. And we're growing. We've got some new precincts here, so we're growing. But as I call your name, stand, but don't applaud until the end, please. Precinct 1, Jim Thompson. Precinct 1A, Susan Gober. Precinct 2, Vince Palumbo. Precinct 2A, Karen Weatherman, but she's ill tonight, couldn't make it. Precinct 3A is John Allen. Precinct 4, Debbie Harris. Debbie's out of country right now, but she worked her tail off doing stuff to make this possible before she left. She didn't leave us high and dry either. Precinct 4A, Daniel Ewing. Precinct 13, Michael Munn. Precinct 16, Daniel Bobay. Precinct 24 is not here. I don't believe Tim Martin is here. But he's a new precinct chair, and there's been a mix-up on the phone, mainly my mistake. When I put it in on the Secretary of State's website, I got his number right, but when I put it in my phone, I give him a 903 area code, and so that's the reason why he hadn't been getting my texts. I discovered that this morning. Precinct 36 is Melanie Finley. If y'all will, give these folks a little applause. They deserve it. Thank you. And if any of you are interested in serving Hopkins County, contact me or one of them. We'll put you to work. And we've got some open precincts too. I also want to thank Sheriff Tatum and Deputy Dennis Finley of the Hopkins County Sheriff's Department. I want to thank Constable Precinct 2 John Needle and Officer Chris Hill of the Winsboro Police Department for furnishing security for tonight's event. Because it's crazy a bunch of people as we got roaming around out here, even in this part of the world. It's a pity, but when you have one of these events, you have to have security, and we appreciate you guys. Also, I'd like to thank the Civic Center manager, Elena Sanders, and the Civic Center staff. They're always so helpful and kind when we set up one of these events. Judge Cummins, thanks for that wonderful rendition of our national anthem. And I want to give a shout out to Bunker Bob Steinhagen, Robert Steinhagen, standing back there in the back. when we decided to do this, I knew a lot of people wouldn't be able to make it, so I thought, well, I needed to get someone that was already known in the district. And so I called Robert, I asked him, I said, hey, could you come down and live stream it? He said, yes, I'd love to. And I really appreciate him doing this. Now, we've got a few dignitaries here. We've got our late arrival, our Congressman. I'm not ready for you to speak yet, but since you're already standing, he's the dude back here in the blue jacket, Congressman Pat Fallon. We got District Judge Eddie Northcutt and Judge Robert Newsom, and let's see, who else is here? We've got our county attorney, Dusty Hyde Braby, and we got, of course, Brad Cummins. He was just up here, but anyhow, Brad's here. And then we got our Constable, John Beadle, and we've, in our commissioners, we got Commissioner 1, Mickey Barker, Commissioner 3, Wade Bartley, and Commissioner 4, Joe Price. And Beth, I can't see who you're pointing at. Who?
Judge Clay Harrison. Judge Clay Harrison.
Oh, did Clay make it in? Well, he told me he was going to be late. But when I was marking, all had arrived a while ago, Clay, you wasn't here, so I'm sorry about that. Anyhow, we've got our chairman from Delta County is here, Chairman Joe Adams. Joe, raise your hand. I don't believe there's any other chairs here that I'm aware. Oh yeah, Jody is here from Hopkins County. Sorry about that. Now I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't know what it is, whether it's because we've got such a wonderful president that's doing such a great job with our economy, or at least that's what they tell us, or what, but people are interested in politics. I've been chairman since 2009. I've never had people start announcing that they were running for office as early as I have this year. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out the office instead of the me, because there's too many of them for me to try to get. I'm going to call out the office, and if you will, stand up when I call the office out and give us your name. And if there's an incumbent in the office, let the incumbent go first. First, we got the Hopkins County Sheriff Department, Hopkins County Sheriff. Okay. Is it Hopkins County, is Chester here from Hopkins County, running for Hopkins County tax collector? I don't guess you made it. Hopkins County Constable Precinct 1. Okay. Constable Precinct 2. He's that little bitty short fella back there in the back. And Hopkins County Commissioner Precinct 1. Is any Wesley or Eddie? Oh, I'm sorry.
Steve Smith.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, there was another one here, but I guess it's gone. Hopkins County Commissioner Precinct 3. Okay. Bill Holmes. Okay. All right. I hope we hadn't missed anyone. Okay. When I'm going to try to acknowledge anybody from the other counties, because when their chairs get here, they'll do that. Because I've heard enough times in Hopkins, much less the other county. You know, folks, right now, it's a sad time and a happy time, okay? Because I was disappointed, greatly disappointed in what Representative Slate did. And I hate that we get a call for his resignation. I hate that he had to be expelled from the House. It wasn't an easy call for me on Sunday morning to call him before we made public a letter that all one precinct here signed, and then myself and co-part on the state Republican committee for the Senate district signed in support of him, asking for his resignation. That was dark times for this district. And it was dark times for the state. Because anytime you have something like that happen, it hurts all of us. But out of that darkness, there's been 5 beams of light. 5 beams of light show forth. And now that we're going into a wonderful, happy time. Because we have got 5 outstanding Republicans, outstanding conservative, outstanding candidates, that any one of the 5 would represent House District 2 well. And I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for you taking the time and the money and effort to run this office. Because if anybody knows what it is that you're going through, I do, because I've watched it for so many years. Candidates run for office. And I really appreciate what you're doing. And so, I think that we're gonna wind up with a good representative that we can all hold our heads high when we say, my representative is so-and-so. And then they'll forget about the last year. And I'm going to tell you a little later on, we're going to have the forum. After the keynote speaker, we're going to have a forum. And we're going to, well, later on, we're going to have a straw vote. We'll pass out straw ballot. We won't do it right now. We'll have it all. And after everyone has spoken a little while, after they have answered a few questions, then the teller will pick up the ballots. But if you will, you may think you're for somebody right now. But wait till you hear a few answers, and you might change your mind. That's what these things are all about. And so, anyhow, that's about all I've got for you tonight, because I'm going to call on Chairman Hale to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you very much. Well, Donnie introduced his precinct chairs, and I'd like to take a minute to introduce those of mine who've come over from Hunt County. And thank you all for the very nice Hopkins County welcome you gave to all of us from the other counties. I have Precinct Chair 101, Elaine Fleming, who's helped with the ice cream while she was here. Precinct, yeah, thank you. Well, we'll do like Donnie. We can do like Donnie did. We can clap for them all at the same time. Precinct 104, Mitzi Money. I saw her. There's Mitzi. Former Precinct Chair 216 is Krista Shields. She resigned to run for the seat, but she's here today. Also, Precinct 106, Precinct Chair is Doug Roszhart, former Precinct Chair, resigned to run for the seat, and he's also the Vice Chair of the Hunt County Republican Party. Precinct 215A, Gene Key, all the way over there. Precinct 325, Sharon Hunter. Thank you all for coming out here to Hunt County, or excuse me, to Hopkins County. And I'll reiterate what Donnie said. That precinct chairs are so critical in what we do as a party. So it's my honor to introduce our guest speaker here today. Pat was elected to the Frisco City Council in 2009, District 106 of the Texas House of Representatives in 2012, and Texas Senate District 30 I didn't put the year down. I probably got the year wrong. After he, of course, then the 4th District came open, and we started getting phone calls. Those of us who were precinct chairs and county chairs started getting phone calls from candidates. And now I should tell you, before I tell you this story, that I'm used to getting calls from candidates, and they all want to leave a good impression on the county chair. And so my wife and I have a joke that, oh, so-and-so, your best friend, he keeps calling you all the time. Well, Pat Fallon was just so good at calling and had such an easygoing temperament, and he would call. And so my wife started, oh, is Pat your best friend? Which, like she did for every other candidate, but it kind of stuck. And so we still kind of have that. Anytime we see Pat on TV or whatever, oh, look, it's your best friend. But during that campaign, we saw him, he ran, and he made 2 promises. He said that he would use his ability to get and speak in front of a camera, that he would take that message to the voters of the country, and I think he's done that. And then also that he said he'll be East Texas's antidote to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And I haven't checked the voting record, but I bet if you look just about every time, maybe except for naming a bridge or something, he's been a vote against AOC. He's been our antidote to her. So, and we've seen him on TV, like we said on time, bringing that conservative message to everybody. So with that, and of course we in this very building, a different part of this building, we elected him to represent the Republican Party, be the Republican Party nominee to the Texas 4th District, Congressional 4th District, and he's served us ever since. So I'd like now if you join me in welcoming, my wife calls him my best friend. Donnie apparently calls him the dude in the blue jacket. But if you join me in welcoming Congressman Pat Fallon.
Thank you. You know, I remember when I was in Austin in the State House, sometimes the speaker would come in, or the lieutenant governor, and of course most of the room's lobbyists, if not members, and they'd all stand up and give him a standing ovation. And I thought, you know, if anybody used your standing ovation before you speak, you should say, thank you, I'm flattered. But how about we wait and save that for somebody that maybe went into harm's way to protect us and our families and our country and our Constitution, our true heroes. So if we could give a round of applause. If you served in the military, or you had a direct family member serve in the military, can you stand? And let's give them a round of applause. All right, so I'm driving out here, and I tell Virginia, our district director, I said, how many folks are there? And she said, no, it's a pretty packed room. I didn't know the room was this big. That's wonderful. And I have to be honest with you, I walked in, and I felt like there was hope for America. That there were this many people that would care about a special election for a state house seat. It reminds me of, you know, there's just a difference, and it really is. You can have rural values and live in a downtown. You can. But there's just a difference in sense of community. And when, in 2018, I was in a small town. If you've ever driven up 287, if you head out toward Wichita Falls, I lived up there for 5 years. I was running for the state senate against a 17-year incumbent who had forgotten who he worked for. And we had a forum. We had 25 forums. And they weren't exactly of the caliber of Lincoln and Douglas. And this was about the 22nd one, and it was in Bellevue, Texas. Small little Bellevue, Texas. I don't know, population maybe 380, circa, in that range. You know, out of 380 people, 80 of them, Mitzi, 80 of them showed up for a forum. That warmed my heart. And the incumbent started out with the format was 5 minutes, and then answer questions. So we had pretty much been able to repeat and complete each other's sentences by that point because we'd had so many forums. And he went rogue, and he said, I'm going to tell you something right now about this man to my left. He ain't nothing but a carpet-bagging Yankee. In Bellevue, Texas. That's fighting words. I had memorized a 5-minute speech I was going to give, and I canned the entire thing. I was so angry. And I said, I have to address this. I have to mitigate this. So I didn't even remember a word the fella said thereafter. He spoke for another 4.5 minutes. I don't know what he said. Then it gets to me, and I'm going to mitigate this. Because there's 80 people showed up. I mean, that's a percentage of the whole community is here. And I said, well, folks, I believe in transparency. So I want to tell you, I grew up in a small town just northeast of Dallas called Pittsfield, Massachusetts. And then I went on to explain that Pittsfield was a rural part of the state. It was our last Republican member of Congress from Massachusetts, was the one we elected. And my parents raised me to believe, and my sisters, to believe in an honest day's work, and to love your country, and to love your community, to love your God, and to love your family. And those are the values that made our country great, and those are the values that we increasingly are getting away from. And then to really seal the deal with the 80 people that bothered to show up, I went on to say a few other things in my 5 minutes, and I ended with this, and I ended it just like this. I said, so while I may have grown up in New England, I became a man in Texas. And I think we won Bellevue because we beat him by 40 points, which says a lot more about him than it did about me. Never forget who you work for. You work for the people. And I am privileged right now to have a job. It's a tough job. It really is. But we're fighting communists. Make no mistake about this. Oh, they're socialists. If they're admitting that they're socialists, they're communist. They're Marxist. Now, I'm not saying all Democrats are Marxists because that's not true. But all Marxists seem to be Democrats. All right? That's the party that they find they find a home in. So the most important thing that I would say to some of the candidates that are here, all the candidates really, is meet as many people as you can. I love personally knocking doors. I love going up and because each household, each door is a story and it's a life and there's dreams and hopes and accomplishments and it's lovely and it enriches you. The first time I ran for office was for city council and I wrote one speech. I don't know if I was going to win or lose. We didn't poll. There were 4 people in the race. And I thought about it and I thought about doing a concessions and a victory speech. And no, if you do it the right way, you make one speech. Because if you run the right way, you've already won as far as enriching your soul and gaining knowledge. Because you're in a campaign, you'll touch thousands of other souls, and they touch you back. So you've won in that regard. And so anyway, when you knock doors, I met a fella in that race that, you get a list of the people that vote. That's why when you see candidates knocking doors, they skip houses. And that's the shame, right? Because I think if you knocked the door and you didn't have to skip the 17 homes to get to the next voter, you probably wouldn't have a $32 trillion debt, would be my guess. Because if you have an active citizenry, your republic is going to not only survive, but thrive. And that's the issues that we have. There's not enough people participating. And I'm going to give a kudos to Hopkins County, Hunt County, and Zandt County that we just did a town hall in Frisco, Texas. I represent 2/3 of Frisco, Texas, approximately 165,000 people. 40 people showed up out of 165,000. But in Bellevue, 80 out of 380 showed up. See the difference? So it warms my heart to see a room filled like this. So anyway, this guy's wondering what I'm doing, and he's walking his dog. I'm not going to his house because he's not a voter on my list, and I can't meet everybody, so I'm going to meet the people that have skin in the game. And he has a weird accent. It's kind of British, but it's not. Ends up it was South African. Ends up, the reason why he had never voted before is because he had just become a citizen last month. And he had registered to vote immediately. So I did the math and said, he's a voter. We had a little talk. But he said to me with passion that he left his home country for liberty. And he says, this is the last life raft of liberty we have left in the world. There's no place else to go. Isn't that true? That was in 2009. That is so true. And so we had a nice talk, but you don't know. He's never voted before. I don't know if he's going to vote or not, and I would hope the first vote he ever makes is somebody more historic than myself. But when you can check the voter rolls on a daily basis, after the first day of early voting, I checked the voter rolls, he had voted. Because he's an American now. Don't you wish more Americans that were born that way voted like that? I wish that was the case. And then I met another guy. I was in Pilot Point, another small town in Dutton County. And he gets real passionate because he says, hey, what is this about English as a second language in our Texas schools and in Dallas? They're teaching English in interior China. We can't teach it in Dallas? English immersion, because he's right. If you want to make sure that people aren't handicapped, they have to be fluent in English to live in this country. It's just a fact. If I lived in Mexico, if I didn't speak Spanish, am I going to survive? Am I going to thrive? Of course not. It's just a reality. So let's talk realities. Let's get beyond honesty and talk frankness and candor. Enough of this goody two-shoe safe spaces. I've had it with the safe spaces. Oh my God. He's right. So passion, English immersion, give every kid a chance. Because as conservatives, you know that all ability and skill and talent, they don't have a skin color. They don't have a gender, and they don't have an ethnicity. It's your heart and your mind and your soul that define who you are, not these immaterial things that the left is obsessed with and fixated on. And then one of my favorite knocks ever, I've probably done 15,000 households where the doors have opened and we've conversed over the years. This guy was from Sanger, Texas, super conservative. I mean, I thought to myself, I don't get this guy's vote, I'm not winning this election. Like, I got to get this guy. So we're having a great talk, and every point he was just, right of Franco. He was just solid conservative. And then he says to me, out of character and out of his belief system, he said, no, son, I don't believe in the electric chair. I don't. And I thought, oh, that's interesting, and I made mention of that. I said, because of all the other positions you just made, that surprises me. He goes, no. I believe in the electric bench. Hell, when you got them up there, why just do zap 1, zap 4, 5? And he converted me to his position. I kind of like the theory, the electric bench. You got them up there, just take them out. What did they get? The one stone, lots of birds. They deserved it. But listen, the border's a mess, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. If we don't have a president that has the will to secure your own border. A nation state is defined borders, language, culture, and you should be proud of all those things. And he doesn't want to acknowledge that we have a border. Now he said that he wants to institute a wait in Texas policy, if you've just seen. Because Eric Adams, the liberal mayor of New York, said, and I roughly quote, we're going to lose the New York that we know and love if we continue to get this kind of number of migrants. 110,000. And his math said that it's going to cost them $12 billion. 110,000 people are going to cost them $12 billion. By his own math, considering we have millions in Texas, it's going to cost us $250 billion. And they're perfectly fine with that if it's Texas. That is the height of hypocrisy. Also, all the things that, and we could teach a 3-credit college course on why an open border is a bad thing. It's immoral for the people to live north of it and south of it. But what the press will not tell you, the mainstream media press, the legacy press, is that we've got tens of thousands of Russian nationals and Chinese nationals that are crossing that border. Those countries want to do us harm, and they are mostly military-age men coming across single. They don't want you to know the truth. If you knew that in Mexico, if you're a Mexican national and you're a journalist and you report on cartel activities, you have the half-life of a fruit fly. You'll probably be murdered within the week, and maybe with your family as well. You ever hear that in the press? No, because they don't want you to know what's really going on. Because if the American people really understood that the Mexican drug cartels are controlling our southern border and not our federal government, they would demand a secure border, demand it. And I'm not talking just Republicans or independents, I'm talking the level-headed Democrats too. So that's why you have to do and hunt for the truth yourself, and you have to elect people that will tell you the truth. And I'll tell you the truth. It is a mess. It's not any better than it was in February 21 when some of the legacy media actually covered it. And that's why we have to do our jobs to continue to tell you the truth. And then the divisiveness within the Democratic Party. They just constantly cannot stop dividing Americans. They have to divide us by race, by gender, by ethnicity, by religion, by class. It's constant. And we have to push back on it, absolutely. We have to. Because when you say that white supremacy, because I don't want to give felons that are incarcerated the right to vote, I believe in white supremacy? Representative Cori Bush, Democrat, St. Louis, said that. Ignore the fact that most Democrats voted against her amendment, and every single Republican did. But almost 100 Democrats voted for it. Y'all, some people here, precinct chairs, work the polls. You want to work the polls on death row? I don't. You think Ted Bundy deserved to vote before we fried him? Put his ass on the electric bench. Pardon me, there's children in the room. I'll clean that up. Pardon the vernacular. But I get passionate. And you know what else we're starving for in this country? How about this? Say it with me. One word, several syllables. Authenticity. I miss President Trump. I saw that in Decatur yesterday. I was up, Ronnie Jackson, great member of Congress, one of my dear friends. He was in Bowie, and I used to represent Bowie in the Texas Senate. And as I'm driving home, there's a billboard, and it's President Trump like this. And the caption says, "Miss me yet?" And I think he would say, if he walked in there, he would say, "Oh my God, Johnny, you're great. Great chairman. Look at the crowd. You're all great Americans. Everybody knows. Wonderful. Biggest threat? China." And in truth, I had dinner with him last year, so last September. And I wanted to ask him a question, because I really think a lot about threats. And the left, literally, Secretary of the Navy Del Toro said I serve on the Armed Services Committee Oversight Committee. In the Armed Services Committee, the Secretary of your Navy said the greatest threat to the United States is climate change. Literally said that. My jaw dropped. Like, really? So I had to ask him. I had my questions prepared, but I had to go off script. And I said, Secretary Del Toro, y'all get 5 minutes. So when I got my 5 minutes, I said, "Did you say climate change was the greatest threat to the United States right now? Is that what you said?" "Yes." Blah, 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 blah. That's what he said, basically, is he talks like this. Because it makes no absolute sense. It's gibberish. And I go, whoa. I said, Secretary, do you know if the United States carbon footprint has increased or decreased over the last 25 years? Are you aware of which one that is? "I would imagine you're going to say decrease." Yes, it's decreased by 25%. In fact, more than any other nation in history. And never that same time period has China's carbon footprint increased or decreased. "I don't know. I guess by the tone of your question, it did increase." Yes, it did. By 300%. So by your own definition, China's the greatest threat. Or again, as President Trump would say, China. So I had to ask President Trump a question because, Ukraine's in the news and, Russian aggression, Putin, and lots of our American treasure being sent overseas. And I said, we were having dinner, it's about 10 of us. And I looked him right in the eye, he's going across, hey, asking, he says, "Pat, what's gnawing at you?" I said, "Mr. President, I have a question. 2008, under George W. Bush, Vladimir Putin stole 2 provinces from the country of Georgia. And then in 2014, took all of Crimea under Obama, and then, of course, full-scale invasion launched under Biden. But 2017, 2021, Vladimir Putin didn't do anything, didn't do squat outside of his own borders. Why do you think that is?" So you should ask that question of yourself and answer it in your own minds. And so President Trump looked at me, and in part, I'll do it in his voice and then finish it, but he got very excited. But I told him, "Vladimir, you cannot invade Ukraine. You can't do it. And if you do, I know you got that Iron Dome over Moscow. I'm going to lop it off, and I'm going to come for you, Vlad. I don't want to do that, but I will." And then he looked at me, he goes, "And Pat, I think you believe me." He believed me like 5%. And then he got serious, and he said, "You know what? If he had done that, I would have unleashed the American energy sector unlike anything anyone has ever seen in history. We would have been drilling for so much gas, and we would have refined it. We would open up refineries. We would have drilled for natural gas, and it would have lowered, because it's global commodity, energy, it would have lowered the price to such a degree that Vladimir Putin would be unable to fund his war. He couldn't buy the bullets. He couldn't fuel the planes." Very good answer. Except for the fact that Joe Biden's done the exact opposite. And he's asking little mini Putins to fill our oil needs instead of us doing it ourselves. Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, those countries come to mind. And if you're an environmentalist, you should want the Americans to be drilling, because the world uses 100 million barrels of oil a day. And so that's not going to go away tomorrow with wind, because the wind doesn't always blow, the sun doesn't always shine, and we're not even talking anything seriously about nuclear energy, because if we want to reduce our carbon footprint, we want to protect the environment, we have to consider nuclear as an option as well. And I'm all for wind when it does blow, and I'm all for the solar when the sun does shine. But let's talk about solutions and not rhetoric, because they are inundating our children, and particularly in the colleges, with this climate cult of, we just have to invest. I just imagine what liberals sound like in colleges. That's what I'm channeling my inner liberal, I guess. "Oh, we have to invest in our renewables. The sun is beautiful, and don't you love it in the wind? Invisible silk." It makes my head want to pop. okay? Because it's about solutions, and they want to talk about rhetoric just to get votes. Why do you think I'm watching college football today with my two sons before I came out here, and I'm watching these ads, the federal government, to make sure that you know all the stuff they're giving you for free. I figure if they're giving it for free and you're not smart enough to know it, don't advertise it. We'll save some money. We got a $32 trillion debt as it is. So there's fiscal, we need a balanced budget amendment. I think most people, if not everybody in here, would agree with that. China is clearly a threat. I'll talk to you about China for 60 seconds. What they are aiming for, they do not want a hot war with the United States. What they want is our malaise. They want our division. They want us to get weak from within. United we stand, divided we fall. If we're united, I don't think that they're, certainly don't want any kind of major confrontation with us, but they want us weak. And who do you think Beijing was rooting for in the 2020 presidential election? Let's be honest. I tell this to the Democrats. You really think Beijing wanted Donald Trump for another 4 years? Of course they didn't. They wanted a Democrat, and they got one that they look like they own him, like literally. Again, I could teach a 3-credit college course about the Biden corruption and the Biden family syndicate. This isn't the time or place because we don't have the time for it. But we're going to do another town hall. We're going to also do a teletown hall that I hope you could tune into, and we'll go through it, chapter and verse, because that's what the Oversight Committee's doing. And we're getting somewhere after 8 months when the Washington Post, let me say that again, the Washington Post did an editorial saying that the investigation is actually warranted. Really? Now, we knew that, but if I had been up here in this microphone a few months ago, I would have been able to tell you that we could prove $1 million of foreign money going to the Biden family. Now I can say it's $30 million. Provable. No one's going to, deny that's the case. So we have to continue to dig. And then I want to just visit with you on service. And so it's very important that you're here, and I want to give you the accolades that you deserve for being here. I remember working out one day, 17-year-old kids wearing a T-shirt. And the T-shirt says, "Some people hope for the best. We work for it." And that's something. You can hope for the best, but that's not going to do squat. You got to get out there and stand on your feet and do something. So it is very important to vote, and I think everybody in this room is going to vote in the special election. But when you volunteer, you're voting every day for the kind of community and country that you want to live in. For the first 30 years of my life, I am ashamed to admit that I could never understand why anybody would want to volunteer a good portion of their time. Now, for the next 25 years thereafter, I can't understand why anybody wouldn't want to, because it's so fulfilling to work for a greater good. That's something that the military taught me. That's something that my Christian faith has taught me. And that's something that, not every Republican is conservative, but every conservative is Republican. And we need to, elect not only Republicans, but the right kind of Republican. And that's what you have the opportunity to do in this special election. And you know what? Every single Republican, whether it's on a presidential stage or here in this election, is going to be better than the Democratic option. Can I get an amen? Last thing, thank you so much for honoring me, for asking me to come and speak, Donnie. I appreciate it. It illustrated for me what it is to be an American and how important this country is when, after the Ukrainian war kicked off, I went on a congressional delegation trip to Eastern Europe. We went to Poland, Romania, Moldova, small country, poorest country in Europe, and just went into the border regions of Ukraine. While we were speaking to the Interior Minister of Romania, in the former dictator's office, remember that fella from the 60s, 70s, 80s, Shashevsky, I believe is the pronunciation. We were in that guy's office. The Interior Minister had it. The bullet holes were still in the walls and in the paintings. They kept them. Haunting, but I thought it was a good move. Anyway, we have this normal meeting. There's 6 members of Congress. It's an hour long. I wouldn't be telling you about it had it not been for what happened at the end. So the Interior Minister, we finish. He's been speaking Romanian. We got a little earpieces in there with the interpreter. And then everything changed with him. His tone, his demeanor, his voice. And he said, if I could, just for a moment, speak to you all on a personal level. and we kind of leaned in. And he said, this again, 6 weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine. Romania shares a border with Ukraine. And they were under communism for greater part of the 20th century. He said, I had to explain last week to my 9-year-old daughter what the word war meant. And as I was combing her hair with my fingers, I then went on to explain why Vladimir Putin is harming Ukrainian children and why she and other Romanian children are safe tonight and for all the nights. Because we have a friend in the United States of America. And he went on to explain to her what NATO was and what Article 5 meant. An attack on one is an attack on all. And when you personalize it like that, it hits home and touches your heart. And then he looked each of us in the eye for just a brief second to catch a personal connection like that. And then he spoke his first English words of the day, and he said, thank you. It was very powerful. Because it's not just what we do here affecting 330 million Americans. It's affecting billions of people that would be robbed of liberty and freedom and their God-given rights if it not for the country and the concept and the greatness of one word, America. This is America. Sulphur Springs. In fact, when my wife asked me where I was going to speak tonight, I said to her, I'm going to Sulphur Springs, America. And she understood what I meant. We wouldn't be great. We couldn't project power. We couldn't protect your freedom, your liberty, your opportunities, your dreams, your hopes, and your lives if we weren't strong. And we have to be, in order to be strong, you have to have the will and the means. We have the means. I hope we continue to have the will. And there's billions of other people counting on us also. Because it will be a dark day if China ever does gain hegemony over this planet and this world. I don't think that's going to happen. We can't let it happen. So, in the spirit of that interior minister of our ally and friend in Romania, thank you, and God bless you.
Well, it's only taken me like 3 years to get him down here to speak. We've tried, but COVID kept him from coming, everything. So we finally got him down here. Now, we've been here at the President's Day Forum when he was running as a candidate, but I'm talking about as our speaker. And I've been going to other places and hearing him speak a lot, so I was hoping that he'd be able to make it. And I really appreciate you coming down. At this time, I want the tellers to pass out the straw poll ballots. If y'all will get those passed out. And then a little later on, the moderator will announce that they're going to be retrieved, and when he does that, well, anyhow. But I want to call out Chairman Lance Lynch from Zandt County, and so he can tell us who all is here from Zandt and tell us about the forum. And I'm through for tonight.
Well, keeping with the standard tonight, I'll start off with my precinct chairs. Hopefully we've managed to find all of you in here. If not, stand up afterwards. Precinct 1C, Cheryl Lenz. Okay. Precinct 4B, Mark Heathwall. Is over there. Okay. Did I have any other precinct chairs who managed to get in and not be seen? Who? Debbie Decker? Debbie Burton. Aha, Cheryl. Okay. My commissioner, Precinct 2, Virgil Milton. There he is. And our county judge, Andy Reese. There you go. Now, have I missed any of my elected officials or the elected officials in the county I represent? Okay. The moderator tonight will be Judge Northcutt. I'm sorry, I get dyslexia, so I end up reversing words here. And our timekeeper, Jim Thompson. So I think that's it from the elected officials. So my job is to kind of give you guys some of the rules of tonight. You can clap for your candidate when they first get up and give their speech and their closing speech. I would ask that you put all your cell phones on stun. Okay? If you do not, I have been known to answer a cell phone as a committee chairman and walk up and try and sell someone an extended policy on their insurance for their car. So I will actually go find your phone. I've never had a phone actually go off after that, and I think Susan Flynn probably got hers turned off, or at least muted. I think that's who I heard earlier. Trying to remember what else, Donnie. I'm trying to remember, was there any other rule or anything else you wanted communicated on?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, that was the rules, was basically 5 minutes for the open.
Copies for them afterwards.
Okay. All right, for the candidates. Am I going to sell auto insurance? Okay. And Donnie has the list of the questions afterwards if any of the candidates are curious to see what the questions were that were asked. I guess at this point in time, Judge Northcutt will probably take over and get started.
All right, boy, that's loud. If there's anybody on the volume there, they might want to turn that down a little bit. Let's get the candidates up here, and they're going to sit from the far end there to this end. We'll have Krista Shield first, and then Heath Hyde, and then Doug Roszhart, and then Brent Money, followed by Jill Dutton. Again, Krista Shield, followed by Heath Hyde, followed by Doug Roszhart, followed by Brent Money, and then Jill Dutton. As they are taking their places, let me just say that the speaking order was determined by a drawing yesterday by the Hopkins County Chairman. The majority of the candidates agreed to Chairman White and Baker doing the drawing to expedite the process today. This order will be followed throughout the forum. The first candidate to speak in the opening statements will be the last candidate to speak in the closing statements. We're going to start first with some opening statements. Each of the candidates will give a 3-minute opening statement. My timer here, Jim Thompson, has been supplied with a stack of bricks to throw at candidates who go over the time limit. He's a former collegiate pitcher, baseball pitcher, so don't try it. As soon as we finish the opening statements, we'll go into the question and answer segment of the forum, and then I'll explain those rules and how that will work when we do that. But Ms. Shield, if you'll be our first with the opening statements, and your time will begin as soon as you get to the podium and begin to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, Krista Shield.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. I want to begin by thanking you for your prayers and your support throughout our election process. My prayer for all of us is that His hand of grace may take, by His hand of grace, we may take our positions on the wall and stand together at this moment in history and see the hand of the Lord over our great state and nation. We are in a crisis of conscience and under immense affliction. But we are created to be salt and light and to be the answer. This election has been described as the canary in the coal mine for a much contested 2024 national election. The question is, as Dan Bongino reiterates often, have we had enough yet? When I placed signs at a client's ranch in our district this week, she read my slogan, "A shield for your constitutional rights," and said, half jokingly, "We still have those?" Have we figured out that we can and should discern which candidates will not only profess conservative Republican alignment with our established priorities and principles, but truly serve and protect our constitutional rights to the degree that we are willing to pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor? To the great shame and detriment of our republic, far too many of our political leaders are cowardly, greedy, and have no honor. They would rather sell you out for a stake in a higher game and the dreadful end goal of our sworn enemies than take a stand that may cause them a removal from a public establishment like a restaurant like we've seen, or even possibly a trip to the ER like we've seen, or even as much as an indictment and a possible prison sentence. Unless we are willing to determine those who are simply vying for an office, rather than someone who has been on the front lines fighting for you from the outside and is sincerely in this for an opportunity to serve and make a true difference in a way that we function as a voice for the needs of our constituents from the inside, that we may lose ground in a way we cannot recover. One lady after the last candidate forum said, "It appears that you have been doing this job without the title." My closing statements from the last debate, I shared a story of a highlight from this legislative session, of how I impeded the movement of the bar Sharia law in our schools. A new friend in my campaign encouraged me to share what he dubbed my Alamo-level stories with you during my closing remarks in these forums. You will be hearing more of what I call my God resume that he has built in my life and how I come to recognize my identity through this and have purposed to step into these callings with intentionality. My hope is that we can take back our state and therefore our nation together and celebrate his goodness. Amen.
Mr. Hyde. Ladies and gentlemen, Heath Hyde.
I first want to thank Donnie for getting such a terrible speaker to warm up the crowd with tonight. Hard enough anyway, so just adding on. I'm Heath Hyde. I'm a fifth-generation Hopkins County resident. I'm fortunate that I was raised in a family that got me into church at a young age, and I've been a member of First Baptist Church of Sulphur Springs since 1972, and I'm currently a Sunday school director and teacher at First Baptist Church, Sulphur Springs. I'm an attorney and for 27 years, and over 400 times in those 27 years, I've had to select a juror of 12 people and read the law and try to convince those people to go with what my beliefs were in that case. That's given me a basis of learning to try to talk people into doing what I felt like was the right thing to do. I was born and raised on a dairy farm, have been in agriculture my entire life, and I continue to be in agriculture and in agricultural business. And I'm running to put the residents of Zandt County and Hunt County and Hopkins County first. That's something that this district desperately needs, as I've been going the last few months speaking with individuals, that they want someone that will represent this district, and that's what my goal is. My goal is to help business owners and farmers and teachers and property owners to be able to preserve their property, to maintain family farms, and to make their lives better so their kids' lives can be better too. And it's my main goal in running for this office is to represent you and hear your desires, and in the end, keep East Texas Texan.
Our next candidate is Mr. Doug Roszhart.
Good evening. My name is Doug Roszhart, and many of you know my story by now, have heard of me. I grew up in a small farming community in Nebraska, and where I was involved in 4-H, church activities, sports, band, and Boy Scouts. I earned my Eagle Scout when I was 16 years old. The values I hold today were ingrained in me largely through my Christian upbringing and also through the Boy Scouts. I moved to Texas to study engineering at LeTourneau University in Longview after high school, and that's where I met and married my wife, Carol. Back then, the student ratio at LeTourneau University was 9 guys to every 1 girl, and the saying around campus was, "The odds are good, but the goods are odd." So, Carol and I have been married for 40 years, and we have 3 children and 5 grandchildren. Straight out of college, we moved to Greenville, where I began working at E-Systems, an aerospace and defense contractor, and I spent my entire career at the same company, now known as L3 Harris Technologies, and after 37 years, I retired not quite 2 years ago. I recall giving my first major speech, which happened to be my graduation speech, and afterwards, an elderly lady came up to me and said, "That was a very warm speech, young man," and I was feeling very good about myself, and I got home later that evening and wondered, what does she actually mean by this? So I made the mistake of looking up warm in the dictionary, and this is before Google. You couldn't Google it, so just look it up in the dictionary, only to find out that the dictionary definition was not so hot. So I've been damaged ever since. Seriously, many people have asked me why I want to run for the state legislature, and I'm not running for personal gain or notoriety. It's not about me, it's about you. I'm running to preserve our freedoms that others have already won for us. God has prepared me and now has called me to sacrifice my retirement and run for public office for such a time as this. I've always believed that Christians should be involved in politics and in government and public service. That's why I've been actively involved in local politics and state politics for more than 3 decades. I wanted to make sure that the Republican Party maintained a platform based on biblical values and principles upon which this nation was founded, and to help other like-minded candidates get into office. God created me with a desire to serve others, and I find great satisfaction in doing that. Just ask my wife. She very much appreciates my servant heart. I have dedicated my life to serving God, and I find fulfillment in serving others. I feel it is a calling and a responsibility. As such, I've served in numerous volunteer and leadership positions through the years. For example, 30 years as a precinct chairman. I've been on the city council, delegate to state conventions, an election judge, and I've also served as our local GOP club vice president and now the county party vice chairman. Because of my career, I couldn't run for state office prior to retirement, but now I have the time to focus on this new assignment. There's a lot more I'd like to say, but due to our time limit, I will need to refrain. I look forward to discussing the issues facing our state and especially this district, and thank you for those that have put on this event tonight.
Our next candidate will be Brent Money. Ladies and gentlemen, Brent Money.
Good evening. I love Texas. I'm a 6th-generation Texan. And the thing that I love about Texas the most is its people and its traditions and its values. I know those traditions and values well because I've lived here my whole life. It's the kind of place where people wake up in the morning and read their Bible and pray, go to work, work hard all day wherever it is that they work. It's the kind of place where when you go downtown, you hear Christian music blaring over the radio. It's the kind of place where you go home, you bless your meal, you eat dinners together as a family, and then you teach your kids about hard work and the Bible, and then you go to bed and you do it again the next day. And I think that today we would all agree that Austin does not reflect the greatness of Texas, the kind of Texas that we've been talking about here tonight, the kind of Texas that we have known and loved our whole life. Years ago, Representative Dan Flynn used to say when he was going down to the Capitol, he was heading down to the People's Republic of Austin. And he would say that, and I thought it was funny at the time, or clever, I should say, more than funny, because it was a good contrast to we're in Texas and they're in kind of a totally different place, a place that doesn't reflect our values. And back then, it was the beginning of the Republican red wave in Texas, and we had a lot of optimism that things would change and that maybe Austin would become more like Texas. But over the last 20 years, I'm afraid that Texas has become more like Austin. And I think that that's because we don't have enough Texans down in Austin fighting for us. There used to be a time in Texas where everybody knew that men were men and women were women, where there wasn't porn in school libraries, and nobody would even think that there should be porn in school libraries, where we didn't have cross-dressing men dancing in front of children, where we could trust the outcome of our elections, where property taxes weren't forcing people to leave their homes, and where when people crossed the Rio Grande, it's because they wanted to enter the land of opportunity and become Americans, not because they wanted to sell women and children and drugs. This is a critical time in Texas, and we need true Texans to show up. If we want to return to the Texas that we love, if we want less Austin and more Texas, then we need bold, Christian, conservative leaders. The people of this district know me, and they know that I'm a bold, Christian, conservative leader. I have over 600 endorsements of people who live in this district and who know me, and the people of this district have donated over $100,000 of their money to my campaign, which is the most that any candidate for HD2 has ever received. That's because they know that I'm the kind of Texan that can go down to Austin and defend our values. I'm looking forward to telling you more about where I stand on the issues and earning your support.
Jill Dutton. Ms. Dutton.
Good evening. I'm Jill Dutton, and I'm running to be your next state representative. I'm a successful small business owner. I'm a conservative, pro-parent, pro-student, former school board member, and a proud Christian, wife, mother, and yes, grandmother. I'm asking for your support, so let me tell you what I stand for. I want to shut down Biden's open border because the federal government is not doing it. Therefore, Texas must do it. I want to make deeper cuts in property taxes. But on November 7th, in addition to this election, the voters will have a chance to ratify the plan to dramatically lower property taxes that could bring us to about the 15th highest property taxes. But that's not good enough. I want to lower taxes even more. It's time for Texas to live up to low tax state reputation. And finally, I want to confront the liberal woke agenda. I'm pro-life, pro-Second Amendment, and pro-freedom. So tonight, I will be asking for your support and for your vote. As I meet with voters and constituents across this district, I listen to you. I will work hard for you. I will adhere to high standards of integrity and decorum. We conservatives have the right idea here in Texas, and we want to protect Texas and our nation's future. I will be an advocate for your values. Thank you.
All right, now as we move to the question and answer segment of the forum, the rules are as follows. The first question will go to the number 1 drawn candidate, that's Ms. Shield, and follow through to the number 5 candidate, Ms. Dutton. After all candidates have answered the question, number 1 candidate will have 30 seconds for rebuttal. The second question will go to the number 2 candidate, Mr. Hyde, with the number 1 drawn candidate answering last. After the last person has answered the question, number 2 candidate will have 30 seconds for rebuttal. This will be the descending order of questions throughout all the questions, regardless of the time given to answer the questions. The only exception will be the lightning round, when all the candidates will be given 20 seconds each with no rebuttal. So the first set of questions that we have deal with infrastructure. And Ms. Shield, you'll answer the question. And so if you'll come to the microphone, I'll tell you that on this particular question, you have 1 minute to answer. Now that's going to change. Some will 2 and some are even 3 minutes. But for this particular question, each candidate will have 1 minute. But again, after Ms. Dutton goes, Ms. Shield, you'll have, since you started, you'll have an opportunity for a 30-second rebuttal after all 5 candidates have answered. And here's the question. ERCOT keeps sending us messages asking us to conserve power. The Texas population is increasing. What would be your plan to increase power generation and transmission? You have 1 minute.
Okay. Well, I believe in in nuclear energy. Actually, my stepfather is a nuclear engineer and ran a plant very successfully in Pennsylvania until his recent retire. And also, I believe in drilling for our natural resources here in Texas. This is the legacy of Texas. And before Snowmageddon, I was under the assumption that because we were the only state that actually had our own grid, that it was a good grid until we found out what the situation is. And so I think that we need to stop allowing foreign nationalists, especially enemies, to purchase our land here. And what they're doing with the land has nothing to do with agriculture. It has more to do with putting in things like wind farms that give them an inroad to taking over our grid. And so we had a Chinese nationalist, CCP guy, retired military guy, who bought over 130,000 acres of Texas land. And the plans were very nefarious, so we need to protect it.
And Mr. Hyde, as you come up, I'll repeat the question for you. It says ERCOT keeps sending us messages asking us to conserve. The Texas population is increasing. What would be your plan to increase power generation and transmission? You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Obviously, we got notice how outdated the system was. In addition to the inefficiencies of the utility aspects of other cities in regards that are connected to the grid, I think they would have to be overhauled. The grid would need to be updated, and it would need to be more efficient as far as the use off of the grid. To maintain, a lot of Texas infrastructure is behind, and this would just be another area that needed to be adjusted and fixed. And in addition to that, to use the natural resources that we have to make it as efficient to where we shouldn't be lacking in any way for having those type of problems.
Mr. Roszhart, again, ERCOT keeps sending us messages asking us to conserve power. The Texas population is increasing. What would be your plan to increase power generation and transmission? You have 1 minute.
Okay, yes, we probably all got that warning yesterday or the day before about conserving energy. And that's because the wind's not blowing. When the wind's not blowing, you're not getting your wind power or your renewables. When it's really hot out, the solar power isn't even going to be as efficient as it is in the cooler time. So I like having renewables, but we can't depend solely on them. We've got to have the gas and oil generators, and I think the bill that they just passed recently would help that as far as giving loans and financial aid to those that want to start more energy generating plants, and so we have to keep up with population, so we have to keep going, or else we're going to be in this situation every single year during summertime or maybe even the wintertime. So we have to keep building. Nuclear is another option. It's just a lot more expensive initially, but we got to keep building to keep up with the population.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Money. Need me to repeat the question?
I think I got the
question.
Texas is the most energy-rich state in the United States. It's one of the most energy-rich places in the world. And the problem is not a lack of energy. The problem is too many regulations. When I was city attorney in Greenville, I worked on a industrial development agreement with a company that wanted to come and build a $2 billion natural gas power plant in our city. And we did all of the work to get that together. The problem is the regulations are so great on that from the EPA primarily, but from the state as well, that it makes it very difficult for those to be effective. At the same time, we are pumping money into these renewable energies, and I'm fine with renewable energies. They're just not as effective. And so government needs to quit picking winners and losers. Government needs to let the free market decide what the best way to provide energy is. We have enough energy. We just need to unleash it by getting rid of the regulations.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Dutton, do you need to repeat the question?
No, I'm good. Once again, the federal government is failing us, and Texas is having to step up. They require us to have certain certificates and certain conservation, and we have to pay for that, and that's wrong. Again, Texas is trying to answer to the federal government, and we shouldn't be. And yes, we have solar, we have wind, and they are not reliable, and we cannot count on them all the time. It would be great if we could have more nuclear energy. Thank you.
You may take 30 seconds for a rebuttal if you'd like.
I think I'll pass on that.
Okay. All right, passing on the rebuttal, we'll go to the next question, still dealing with the power grid. Mr. Hyde, you will lead off on this one. The question is, what will you do to protect Texas's power grid against attack?
Well, obviously, number one, you'd have to secure the border better in order to control, is what Congressman Fallon talked about, that it's a lot more than migrant workers just crossing the border now looking for work. There's sophisticated individuals that are against us that are coming to do those very specific things. And I think that we just have to adjust that things are different now than what they have been. And the grid and those that control that have to have more security in line with that, knowing that we are now looking at internal terrorism that we haven't had in the past. And all those things would have to be addressed in an effort to make sure that, just like with drinking water or anything else, that no terrorist activities take place.
Thank you. Mr. Roszhart, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, we do have to be very cautious about our grid and being attacked, and I think cybersecurity is a key part of that. There's always that if you looked, you'd probably see that, or someone would probably tell you that there's thousands of attacks every day to try and get inside the system. The EMP, the electromagnetic pulse that Senator Bob Hall has been pushing, is another thing that we need to look at. But for me, being an engineer in a security business, man, we have a lot of dangers out there that we need to look out for, and protecting our electric grid is critical. If we lose some of our electricity, it could be deadly for a lot of people in our society. So we need to stay ahead of the terrorists that are involved in the cybersecurity, and a lot of that's coming from Russia and China. So always be vigilant on that.
Thank you, Mr. Roszhart. Mr. Money, your plan for protecting Texas's power grid against attack.
Yeah, like with any government issue, this is an issue of priorities. It's been a priority of Senator Bob Hall since the time he first ran as for Texas Senate to protect our grid. He's been talking about it, and very few people have been listening. And I think a lot of us live in a blissful world where we think, well, it's not a problem until it's a problem. But then once it's a problem, it's a big, big problem. And so we do have, obviously, we need to protect our border. I think cybersecurity is where most of these issues are going to come in. And our grid is just outdated. We know what we need to do to fix it. I'm not saying I'm a tech expert. We know what we need to do, but we're going to have to say yes to the funding to get those things done and no to other things. When I was on city council, we had to do the same thing. All of a sudden, ransomware started happening to all these cities. You have to allocate money to put the protections on it, and we need to be able to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Money. Ms. Dutton, your plan on protecting Texas's power grid against attack.
And isn't it a sad day that today we have to worry about our grid, our water, our border? So once again, we need to allocate more resources to protecting ourselves against foreign attacks. And we can do that by securing our cyber integrity, securing our borders, and securing Texas. Thank you.
Mr. Hyde, if you have 30 seconds for a rebuttal if you would like to.
I haven't done it.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Ms. Sheila, I'm so sorry.
Don't skip me. Yes, as somebody who has been well-versed and trained in national security interest, especially when it comes to Islamic and Marxist threat. We have to get to the taproot of this priority by increasing national security measures. Closing down our CCP run Chinese consulate in Houston was a mission critical, but what are we doing to follow up on what has been accessed and gained over the years? I mentioned the 130,000 acres of property that was owned by a Chinese nationalist here in Texas, and you know, if we had passed Senate Bill 147, it would have prevented the ownership of this land in the first place. But Governor Abbott did sign the Lone Star Infrastructure Act, and this Chinese nationalist ended up selling the land to basically a globalist greenie company called Greenville, Spanish owned. And so again, we need to follow up and continue to address what has been happening and follow the trail and start taking this stuff out and taking it seriously.
Mr. Hyde, did you want to follow up?
No.
Okay, we'll go on to the third question, and if Mr. Roszhart, as you come up, I have been asked to remind all of you to please hold your applause until the end of the closing arguments section so that we can move along quickly. Mr. Roszhart, you'll lead off with this. It's also a 1-minute response. The question is, how will you advocate for the transportation needs of Texas and House District 2?
Well, we need to put more money into the infrastructure to address the current needs in each of our counties. They're falling apart. Bridges, our roads have potholes and everything. And we also need to build for the future. Hunt County is doing a big transportation plan right now on Interstate 30 and a lot of our thoroughfares through there. And we need to keep working on that and stay ahead of the population growth. But I would like to see more money be given to the counties, and I have kind of a plan for that if we have time later to address it. But we gotta have you can't drive your car down and fall into a pothole. I mean, we see that a lot around the area or our infrastructure. So we need to build up the infrastructure.
Mr. Money, how will you advocate for the transportation needs of Texas and House District 2?
Once again, it's about priorities. I remember Representative Flynn talking about how we have this gas tax that was supposed to all go to building roads and highways, and slowly over time we've used that money for a lot of other different things. So we need to go back to where we're just using the money for the gas tax to build roads. And then as a city council member, in Greenville we got a lot of bad roads. We've had a 150-year-old city and a lot of years or a lot of decades where money wasn't spent on infrastructure. You can do it. You just have to do it wisely. One of the things that I did or spearheaded was taking money that was being put year after year into fixing potholes and do a large bond using that same money as using that same money to pay the debt service on a large bond without having to raise taxes. Instead of spending $2 million a year while construction infrastructure costs are increasing by 15% each year, we used the money as a debt service and borrowed it at $2 million at 2%. So we were able to save money over a long period of time and get a lot of things done.
Thank you, Mr. Money. Ms. Dutton.
I think there is no other greater problem, at least in Zandt County, than our roads. I hear about that on a regular daily basis. Like another candidate said, the potholes, you can literally fall into them in some areas. And what I do understand too is that at each road, in each different precinct, it costs a different amount of money to pave certain stages of that road. It might cost $10,000 for half a mile, or it could cost $1 million for that half a mile, depending on the type of soil that is below that road. So what each of our counties and our districts need is for a state representative to advocate for our district, the needs of our district, the needs of our counties. And that's what I would like to do, is go to Austin and go to the legislature and advocate for our needs.
Thank you. Ms. Shield, how will you advocate for the transportation needs of Texas and House District 2?
Yeah, so one of the things that we did when I lived in Denton County was we started getting county commissioners in office who are going to take care of these types of situations. And so we need to take a look at those people at the local level who most affect those kinds of decisions, especially when it comes to our roads. And we need to make sure that the kind of people that are going to advocate best for the community and taking care of those needs are elected. And so as a legislator, again, we need to be in a supportive system at the local level with those folks that we're legislating to help them do their job and making sure that we're getting those other people elected in our communities that are actually getting that job done and take it very seriously. And so again, it starts with building these teams at the local level and for people to get organized and more involved.
Mr. Hyde.
Obviously, infrastructure would have to be enhanced with the number of people that are growing. But in addition to that, I think the biggest difference that we see in our district, probably the last 10 years, are the number of big trucks that are on the roads. And I think that there's ways to address that with specific truck lanes and other things to perhaps lower the number of fatalities that we have currently, I know in Hunt and Hopkins, and I'm sure Zandt counties. In addition to that, District 2 does have a unique characteristic in that we still have a private railroad line that runs from Hunt County through Hopkins County that's used heavily in the agricultural business for these counties as far as hauling of commodities. And I believe that that's something that could be addressed in Austin that would perhaps alleviate some of the commercial trucking in the district and used to be with more commodities and more use that would perhaps even enhance more business for our district.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Roszhart, would you like 30 seconds for
Yeah, give me 30 seconds. Let me, I said I had a kind of a plan or what I would like to do. And briefly, I would like to, if we have a surplus next year of, or 2 years, whatever it is, of, you know, $32 billion is what it was this year. I'd like to take $1 billion of that to start with, and we'll distribute to every one of the counties in the state, 254, 256, whatever, 254. And so that would be roughly $4 million per county, or $1 million per precinct. So Travis was telling me the budget is $600,000 in his area with 260 miles of roads. So if you give each one of those precincts $1 million, that would go a long ways as a one-time. It's like an end-of-the-year bonus. It's not put in the budget for the next years, but it'd be a one-time use that they could fix their roads a little bit better.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Mr. Money, you're going to start off this next question, and it's the last question that we have dealing with infrastructure. In a growing state, municipalities are looking to rural areas for water. How will you balance the water needs of a vibrant, growing state and the property rights of Texans? You have 1 minute.
As city attorney, this is one of my first projects. We have the city of Greenville gets its water from, most of its water from Lake Tawakoni, and there's a long pipeline that goes through there. I've also been involved in various capacities with some of the lakes being built and things like that. Just like any infrastructure project, the cities, the state have the authority to take people's land for a public purpose. That should never be done lightly, and it should be done with just compensation. I think this is everybody agrees we need water. Everybody wants a lake, but they please don't take my land to do it that my family's been farming on for hundreds of years. I get it. So I think that when the state has to do that, obviously there has to be a lot of discussion and communication with the property owners, finding out what can be done from an engineering standpoint, and then there has to be just compensation when you're taking away someone's land and livelihood.
Thank you very much. Again, Ms. Dutton, in a growing state, municipalities are looking to rural areas for water. How will you balance the water needs of a vibrant, growing state and the property rights of Texans?
Eminent domain is definitely something that is a concern, and it should be the absolute last resort. We do need to protect our water. We have some great water reservoirs and aquifers out here in House District 2, and we need to protect that water. We need to make sure that every citizen in our district has the clean water that they need to feed and take care of their families, their businesses, and their farms. And it is of utmost importance that we protect our water out here in House District 2. It is also important that as more and more drilling for lithium and brine and other natural resources that is coming out our way, that we do protect our water sources once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shield.
Actually, I'd like to talk about a matter that was very concerning to me. When I found out that our Northeast Texas water is actually some of the worst, and that Aaron Brockovich was planning on coming back here to Northeast Texas, and then COVID happened because of the water that they tested. When I moved to Roy City, I was reading online on Nextdoor some folks that were talking in my area about even the water that the pets were drinking were causing rashes and other seriously concerning issues. I think that we should be doing a tax credit like there are solar credits for even water filtration, and that we not only need to be looking at water resources, we need to be looking at our filtration systems overall and how our water is actually testing out.
Thank you. Mr. Hyde, again, the question is, in a growing state, municipalities are looking to rural areas for water. How will you balance the water needs of a vibrant growing state and the property rights of Texans?
Well, before a municipality would be able to make an attempt to create new reservoirs, there should be requirements in place that their systems have to be as efficient as possible and certain things met before they would be able to even make that attempt. In addition to that, if it reached the level to where a potential new reservoir, the eminent domain laws are not in line with the current market, and as a result of that, the landowners are not getting a fair return for their land in that situation. But I would want it at all costs, try to get it done before involving the property owner's rights, because I believe that to be the most important. In addition to that, the fact that we're losing lots of agricultural land already due to population growth, and the land is needed for farming and ranching, and that has to be taken into consideration.
Mr. Roszhart.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let him go first.
Well, this issue is near and dear to me. My grandfather was a state senator in Nebraska, and he was known as Mr. Water up there because of his protection of the soil and water resources. So this, I've kind of felt along the same line. But Texas still follows the rule of capture, which means that you have your private property and the aquifer under your ground is yours, and you could drill from that. So I think we're maxing out on our lake construction. So we need to have the groundwater resources, and we need to protect some of those resources. One of the issues, I guess, here in Sulphur Springs, that I just went to the city council meeting, when was it, Thursday night, and your city manager worked out a deal with the railroad to bring the reclaimed water back into Lake Sulphur Springs, and I think that's a great idea, to reclaim the water back up into Sulphur Springs and reuse that again. And so we got to let, it's great that the cities are coming up with these ideas themselves. We've got to support that, but we need to protect our resources at all costs.
Mr. Money, a 30-second rebuttal.
I've been a real estate attorney for pretty much my whole career, and so I've been protecting the rights of property owners that whole time. And I've dealt with a lot of eminent domain cases, and Mr. Hyde is right. The cities, the states, the counties do not pay what they should for those. But at the same time, while I was on city council, we were able to, and a lot of cities are doing this, by working on your wastewater treatment plants, reclaim water and reuse it over and over again, so that we don't just have to take the water that comes from the sky. We can actually take the water out of the storm drains and the sewer system and clean it up and reuse it. There's a lot of resources that the state has already to allow, I guess, I don't know what my time is. It's probably done. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Money. All right, candidates, we're now going to shift to a couple of questions dealing with border security. Ms. Dutton, you'll be up next. And this particular question will permit you a 2-minute response. And the question is this: what policies should be enacted and what technologies should be deployed at the Texas-Mexico border? And as specific as you can on policies.
Okay, well, once again, this is a failure of the Biden administration at our southern borders. And this is also not an issue about compassion, but it's an issue about Texans' ability to include our resources in securing our border. We need to stop the illegal immigration at the river. And specific policy needs to go to opening up a border agency to give more attention to our border, more resources and more tools. Another specific idea is to make stronger Texas laws that convict people coming across the border illegally. We need to give our Texas law enforcement in our cities and at the border that extra tool to convict people and make it a stronger, going blank, to increase those penalties for crossing the border illegally. We also need to stop funding the NGOs that are giving more incentive for illegal immigration across our southern border.
Thank you, Sheila. Again, this is a 2-minute response. The question being what policy should be enacted and what technology should be deployed at the Texas-Mexico border. Please be specific on policies.
Okay. Well, just restating the obvious, we must finish the border wall that we began. And we would have proven that the people would actually fund this. Our former representative actually was talking about a fund that was created where even millionaire and billionaire business people were funding into the completion of our wall. So when Don Huffines was actually running for governor, he said that we have billions in rainy day funding that would also provide for our most critical needs to stop the overrun and overwhelm of our systems and on our wallets. Well, guess what? It's raining MS-13 gang members, it's raining Iranian Hezbollah groups, and also CCP militants coming across our border. So we're seeing inflation and costs rising at every level because we are funding the influx to our own detriment. So why is Operation Lone Star so costly yet not so effective? Well, we already have the lines of defense that I talked about in our last debate. We have our Border Patrol, we've got our Texas National Guard, we have Customs Border, but we also have Department of Homeland Security. And so if these organizations that are already set in place to be those lines of defense, why is our organization like Department of Homeland Security that's supposed to be securing our border allowing these people to get on airplanes, these undocumented people, get in lines and get on planes? When I was a flight attendant for American Airlines, we called these folks TWOVs. We had TWOV paperwork, traveling without a visa. I don't remember having a cubby or a closet big enough to carry that many that are getting on planes and being flown all over the United States. So I believe that we need to actually hold those people that are supposed to be protecting the border, supposed to be in that line of defense, accountable and make them do their job.
Thank you, Ms. Shield. Mr. Hyde.
Well, obviously, we would have to support the governor in anything that is being done policy-wise to force the federal government to get it involved. It shouldn't be just our responsibility. It shouldn't be just the Texas taxpayers to be responsible for that. We should do all that we can to increase the manpower and modern technology to be able to control that. I have a hard time believing that that's not something we can do. I can imagine our grandparents, if in 1941 and Germany was coming across, they would have made sure it came to an end. And it's just got to be something we just make the decision to do. In addition to that, the federal government is never going to be able to just fix it on the border. They're going to have to go in and do programs in the interior of Mexico and Central America to control the powers that be, as the congressman talked about, the cartels, and get control of that. If their countries aren't, we're going to have to. And I think that would be a big influence on stopping the number of people that reach to the border.
Mr. Roszhart.
Well, because of my background in the security and defense industry, I think I have a unique ability to help Governor Abbott secure the border. I'm the only candidate in this race who has worked directly on technologies that can be used to conduct what the military calls wide area persistent surveillance. I want to help our Texas military units and equip them with these tools to deal with the border crisis. First thing we have to do is have Governor Abbott declare an invasion of the border so that we can start doing things on our own and not depending on the federal government and the Biden administration to do some things. But once we have that, we can get some policies in place that will allow us the freedom to do some of these surveillance type programs. The wide area persistent surveillance, without getting into too much detail, that basically it flies aircraft over and surveys an aircraft and takes video of all of it, that you can go back at some point and look at the past and see where these cartels are based out of and where they're coming from, and then you can go take out the cartels. But we do have to have some federal agreements with the state in order to be able to do that. We have some intelligence gathering equipment and policies that first we need to protect our U.S. citizens to make sure that that's not abused like it's been done in the past. But I can guarantee you that we can find every one of those cartels and start cutting them off at the knees and changing the money supply for them. If the cartels aren't making money, then they're not as interested in bringing people across. So there is technology that's available. We need to be able to use it, and I think I could help.
Thank you, Mr. Roszhart. Mr. Money.
The problem is the border is not that we don't know what to do. It's a lack of political will to do what we know has to be done. The border is not secure, and everyone who is still waiting on the president or the federal government to close it. I've got some land, beachfront property in Arizona to sell you. That's not going to happen, and it's not going to happen because he doesn't know how. It's not going to happen because he's lacks the will or priority. He doesn't want it closed, and he's not going to close it because he wants it open. So Texas has to stand up and close it. I think the question was specific policies. We need E-Verify. We need to shut off some of the magnets that are dragging people here. We're providing in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We're providing health insurance. We're providing education expenses. So we need to stem the tide just a little bit that way. And then we do need to build the wall. House Bill 20, which was supposedly one of our Speaker Phelan's biggest priorities, was border security this time. House Bill 20 was sponsored or authored or co-authored by 51 people in the House of Representatives, never even received a vote in the House of Representatives. It would have created a border patrol, a state border patrol. It would have created a state felony for crossing the border to allow us to arrest illegal aliens and charge them with felony crimes. Could not even get a vote in the House. Because our House leadership didn't want to have a vote in the House. That's the problem. It's a lack of political will. We do not have a country if we don't have a border. Let Congressman Fallon and others fight the feds. We need to secure Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Money. We have a 30-second rebuttal.
Once again, we need to stop illegal crossing at the river. We need to empower law enforcement with additional tools and resources. We need a border protection unit. We need to increase state penalties for illegal crossing, and we need to stop the incentives to break the border laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Shield, we are back to you, and we have another border security question. This has a 1-minute response. The question is, illegal immigration is negatively affecting local communities miles from the border. What can you do in the Texas legislature to help? 1-minute response.
Well, we are a compassionate people. But again, we don't have a sovereign state and a sovereign nation with an open border. We do need the E-Verify. We do need to know who's coming in. We've actually had Border Patrol working with missionary friends of mine down in McAllen area to let them know when it's safe to actually cross the border. And they keep a daily tab of who it is that's coming in, how many, and what countries they're from. So they're trying to do something that's not been put in an orderly structure by the government itself, but doing this on their own. And so we need to give them that support. We actually need to set some things up and put an order to them and put a detail to it so that they're not having to come up with these apps and these ways of creating that themselves.
Okay, Mr. Hyde, illegal immigration is negatively affecting local communities miles from the border. What can you do in the Texas legislature to help with that?
Well, laws are in place that if they're arrested illegal, if they've been deported and they come back, they're arrested, and it just doesn't work. Efforts have got to be done where they can't cross, and it's got to be controlled. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on and keep on and keep on. So in order for that to take place, the border has to be controlled. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on going.
Mr. Roszhart.
Yes, Texas must do more to discourage the flow of migrants. One of the things that we have is the federal E-Verify, but did you know that, that there's only 3 organizations that are required right now to use E-Verify? You have the state agencies, state universities, and sexually oriented businesses. So if you want to be a stripper, I guess you have to do the E-Verify. But I support the SB 1621 that Bob Hall co-sponsored, which would require all businesses to use E-Verify unless they are granted a waiver. The process must be updated and streamlined. I think we need to definitely get people through the border quickly, the ones that we deem as not a threat to our United States. But it's past time that Texas starts doing this. States like Florida have successfully implemented the E-Verify. The bigger discussion that needs to happen is how can we accommodate people from other countries, and how many? How do we create tiers of, or do we create tiers of immigrants based on conditions like country of origin or their degree? And how do we process or expedite them as soon as possible?
Mr. Roszhart. Mr. Money.
Every local community in Texas is affected by our problem at the border. I think I've heard it said that every county is a border county now. When I was in court a couple of weeks ago, I don't go to court much, thank goodness, but I was watching as the criminal law stuff was going on. There was a man who had been arrested previously. He was arrested this time for burglary of a habitation. The judge asked, "Have you been arrested before and convicted?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Are you here legally?" He said, "No." He said, "Have you been deported before?" He said, "Yes." So he had been deported, come back, broke into a house. He was released on his own recognizance because the law requires it. That affects our community. That affects us. Laws need to be changed that clamp down on those, and we have to secure the border. That's the answer. All of us are border counties.
Ms. Dutton.
When President Biden took office, Texans were spending about $850 million on illegal immigration and services to illegals in the form of medical, education, and state services. And now it's reached, in just almost 3 years, it's reached $10.4 billion. That is how open our borders are. We need to give cities and counties more local control to deal with this issue. We need to increase state penalties for crossing illegally.
Thank Very, very much. Again, Ms. Shields, would you like a rebuttal?
No.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I want to let everybody know that the tellers are going to be retrieving the straw poll ballots in about 5 minutes. So be mindful of that. In about 5 minutes, they'll be taking those up. And candidates, now we're going to shift to election security. We have one question for this topic. It is a 2-minute response. You have up to 2 minutes if you would like. Mr. Hyde, you will lead this question off. The question is, in a republic, trust in elections is vital. What will you do to make Texas elections above reproach? You have a 2-minute response.
Well, with the technology that we have today, there's no reason for being able to instantly verify if someone's voted or if they haven't voted. There's no reason for someone not to be able to show an ID in order to vote, and for them to instantly know that that person has already voted. But a lot of our election technology is behind. It needs to be kept up with the modern times, and it's not something that you can do one time. It's going to be something that has to be done over and over and over again, because as many of you know, my email was recently hacked. It's always changing, and elections with technology is always going to have to be addressed, and that's just something that's going to have to be reviewed after each election. But we've reached a point now where everyone should be able to be identified by fingerprint or by ID and instantly know who's voted and who hadn't.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Ms. Roszhart, since you're the second one, I'll go ahead and repeat it again. In a republic, trust in elections is vital. What will you do to make Texas elections above reproach? 2 minutes.
Okay, this is another one that I guess I'm being expert at, since I've been an election judge for 30 years, and I did an audit of our Hunt County election in 2022, and so I have a lot of background and experience on this and reviewing voter rolls and voter issues. The issue isn't so much as voting at the voter polls and voting properly. The issue now is going to be in the digital interference, manipulation of the messages, deep fakes, hack of voter databases, poorly executed election operations. One of the best things we can do is get Republicans to be the election judges and to be the voter administrations, and we won't have problems like we had down in Houston and some of the in Fort Worth area, some of the issues that they've had with some of the Democrat administrators. So we got to get Republicans involved in that, but we have to be ahead of the artificial intelligence, the AI that's going to be coming. That's going to be the next thing that people are going to be trying to interfere with our elections. So we have to be vigilant on that. I think they said that the last vote for the presidential election, that it may have made a difference if people actually knew the Hunter Biden case with the laptop, but that was withheld from people saying that it was a fake or it wasn't true. Well, if people actually knew that, then it might have changed the results of that one particular race. But that's the type of thing that now we really need to focus on, is the digital interference and the digital security involved in elections with the AI and the deep fakes. It makes it a lot more difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Roszhart. Mr. Money.
This may be one of our first disagreements up here, but I don't think we need to modernize our voting. I would think we need to primitivize it, if that's even a word. Back when everybody knew that elections were secure, you had election day, everybody showed up in one place. They put in their ballot in the box, and they all stood there and watched it be counted. Now I understand we're larger now, we have a bigger population, and we need several days of voting. We can't do it all in one day. When the Iraqis first got their independence after Hussein was taken over, they all went and they dipped their finger in purple ink, so they knew who voted. You couldn't vote twice. It's primitive, but it works. Things that we can do along the same lines, and they were proposed this last time by Senator Hall, and there were several Senate bills that made it their way to the House and didn't get through. But the ballots themselves need to be counterfeit proof. We need to make sure that there are ballots, just like our dollar bills, can't be just copied over and over and over again. They got to have watermarks and things like that in them. Then they need to be identified by the poll worker there, so that when you come in, when I go in to vote right now, I sign my name. Well, somebody needs to sign the bottom of my ballot to know that, and it doesn't get signed until I'm there, and it shows that's a valid ballot. It's being used right there. I go vote. I put it in to a counter machine that can't do anything but count. It doesn't know how to do anything but count. Doesn't know how to transmit. It just counts. And then at the end of the day, all the ballots are there, and there's a ticker that says how many ballots have been counted and how many for or against each particular thing. And that can be cross-referenced with all the paper ballots that you have there, with a hand count or with whatever else. And then you have to match the tallies from the precinct to the county, from the county to the Secretary of State. It's got to be primitive, and it's got to be used by everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Money. Ms. Dutton.
We need to continue our ID verification and clean up our voter rolls. We should no longer be having dead people voting, for instance. Mail-in ballots by request only, early voting at the county seat, and day of voting at the precinct. No online voting machines, no ballot harvesting, and no drive-through voting. And finally, we need to increase our citizen engagement via our poll workers, our poll watchers, clerks, and judges. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shield.
Yes, we need to clean up those voter rolls. No mail-in ballots whatsoever. If you're out of the country, I'd say the only exception would be for our active military. I just heard from another man who lives over, was it Turkey, Pastor Paul, who said that they can't vote like this, that they get the ink, and they also have to go to their embassy if they're out of the country. So if you're out of the country on business or whatever, you should have to go to the U.S. Embassy to do your vote. Why is Dominion's office set up next to the Republican Party office in Collin County if there's no Dominion voting or any interaction here? So I say no electronic voting machines. We watched changing of votes by phone. All of the machines, none of them are verifiable or auditable, so why use them? So paper ballots, same day by precinct. We were getting texts from clients in Dallas telling us that they were watching their votes being changed. I was an election judge in my precinct on election day last November. I did 29 provisional ballots with folks. One woman came in with her husband. She said, we only vote on election day together for the past many years, and she was told, her husband was handed a ballot. She was told, you already voted. And so I said, you need to get up to the election office ASAP. You have that 6-day window, but take care of that because you need to get it straightened out real quick. Most of them were because they're moving in. We've got a lot of new homes in our district coming up. And what's happening is they're going to the DMV, they're getting their new driver's license, new address. Post office can't find them. They think they're in the system. They show up on election day and they're being turned down and told that you need to do a provisional ballot. You're not in the system yet. So we need to get this figured out between our vehicle registration and our election office and the post office real quick, or else we're going to have a lot of upset people lined up to talk to their election judge.
Mr. Hyde, would you like to rebuttal? Okay. We are now going to move to the area of public education. We have 2 questions for this topic. The first one does permit a 2-minute response if you would like. And Mr. Roszhart, we will start with you. It's a 2-part question, by the way. What is your position on school choice, and what will you do to improve education in Texas and House District 2?
Okay, that is a hot topic right now, as most of us have been through the district. you're either for it or you're against it as far as the school choice. I started off being against it for the public schools, but I did my research on it. I probably spent 100 hours doing internet research on both sides of the issue and reading it. And I came down on the side of of school choice, sorry. And here's the reasons why. And this is based off of following, well, I believe in parental rights. I believe that parents have the ultimate right to decide where their children goes to school and how they're going to be educated. But part of my convincing was looking at the Senate Bill 8 that the Senate passed this last legislative session, and all the things that they had in that bill to protect the public schools, but also give the school choice. And a lot of that matches up. I wanted to make sure that the home schools and the private schools were not interfered with their curriculum, that they could still teach the things that they want to teach without interference from the government, and also that there would be freedom to move people out of public schools that are failing public schools. Really, the school choice, I know people are scared about it, but it's not going to probably affect anything of these rural areas out here because, for one, there's not really many places for people to go out of a public school to a private school. But there's not going to be failing public schools. Even our state senator who passed, in fact, all of the Republicans passed the Senate Bill 8, voted for it. Our state senator in Hunt County, Angela Paxton, who has been a lifelong teacher, is very supportive of school choice and said that all the other states that have tried this have been successful. None of the public schools have failed. So it is not really that big of an issue. Hopefully for us, this issue will be resolved in the next special session and we won't have to deal with it anyway. But some people are making their whole this election based off of that one issue.
Thank you. Roszhart and Mr. Money, again, two-part question. What is your position on school choice and what will you do to improve Texas education and in Texas and in House District 2?
Sure. I strongly favor universal school choice. Answer the first question. The second question, what would I do to improve public education in Texas? I strongly favor universal school choice. Same answer, both questions. Here's why. I was a high school teacher before I went to law school. I taught high school science at Greenville High School. My children, I have 5 children, they've been educated at public school, private school, charter school, and most often at home school. It is the parent's responsibility to educate the child. God gave parents to children. God gave children to parents. God did not give children to the state or to public schools. And so it is the parent's job to make sure those kids are educated. That means the parent is ultimately responsible before God for their spiritual development, for their ideological development, for their academic, for their athletic, whatever it is that kid is, the parents are going to be held responsible for it. That does not mean I'm against public schools. I think a lot of public schools do a great job for a lot of kids, myself included, including a lot of the people in this room that I know and love. So I don't think that public schools are bad. I think the best public schools educate most kids very well, and the worst public schools educate a lot of kids very well. But for the parent, it's do they educate my child well in the way that I want my child educated? And as we open up more competition and more ability for parents to make the decisions for their kids, that will be better for the children, it will be better for society as a whole. But as Mr. Roszhart said, in 29 studies where school choice has been implemented, 26 have shown that the public school performance has improved. So that the kids, and the other 3 showed no difference. But this is not a death knell for public schools. This is good for public schools. And so I believe that school choice is the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Money. Ms. Dutton.
I'm for school choice and accountability and good, strong rural public schools and no new taxes. School choice should be debated, and it will be debated in the upcoming special session. I've been impressed with Crichton's SB 8 bill because the funding does not come from the permanent school fund. But whatever we do, we need to make sure our rural public schools, our public schools in Texas, are fully funded and they have the resources that they need. We need to end unfunded mandates, and we need to end high-stakes testing for students and replace it with a standardized, measurable test that is a good comparison between public schools and private schools alike.
Thank you, Ms. Dutton. Ms. Shield.
My family has utilized a lot of different school opportunities over the year. I started all three of my sons homeschooling, and we've done some public school, we've done charter school, we've done some Christian school, just whatever was deemed best for them at the time with what was happening with their learning. So I'm looking forward to a bill like SB 8 being discussed in our special session in October. At the last debate, I invited you to contact me regarding your concerns. And I had a couple of public education teachers reach out to me. And I was really sorry to hear that they felt that if I was pro school choice and education savings accounts, that meant that I was against public school teachers, and that couldn't be further from the truth. My treasurer is a retired public school teacher, and I have family members that I've supported in public education, and one's even an elementary school principal at this point. My sister-in-law is. And so, you know, we need to create a dialogue between parents and teachers and school board members and administrators, again, without all the fighting. The us versus them stance has to be addressed for the benefit of these learners. A PragerU study has proven that states who have passed some kind of school choice bill, that all ships have been raised. The public schools end up becoming better, and isn't that what we want in the end? What's best for those kids? And so we're also reaching critical mass when it comes to addressing indoctrination versus education. We're in a war over the hearts and minds for our youth, and we must demand their protection.
Thank you, Ms. Shield. Mr. Hyde, again, the question, what is your position on school choice, and what will you do to improve education in Texas and House District 2?
Being raised with a 40-year public school teacher, and one of the things in going through these three counties these last weeks, I know one of the big concerns is the small rural schools, concern that those schools are going to close down, concern that anything that changes that are made would result in them not really having any choices, and in some instances having to go 25 and 30 miles to go to school. I'm not going to be for anything that endangers and harms those schools. I think it's very important those schools are the community. A lot of those small communities would die if it weren't for the school, and that's how it's been historically in our country. And I would, in addition to that, is a big employer for many of the rural areas are the teachers and the people that commit themselves to doing that in those schools. And I'm not going to do or be for anything that would harm the rural schools in this district, and I would try to do anything that we can to add and make the education better, do things to make it more profitable for teachers and have incentive to work in those schools. But I think that would be the most important thing, and be able to also provide more school security. I believe that's a very important thing that's not addressed properly today. And together with that and the fact of giving the resources and work on doing things to make school better instead of trying to create programs that I believe would make it harder for some of these schools to survive, especially in this district.
Thank you, Mr. Roszhart, if you'd like, you have 30 seconds for a rebuttal.
For the sake of time, I'm going to decline.
All right, we'll go on to our last of our in-depth questions. We're still in the area of public education, and Mr. Money, you'll lead off this round. Here's the question. Bad guys with guns keep coming into our schools. The Democrats say we should do or should enact meaningful gun control. What do you say we should do, if anything?
The first thing we should do is get rid of gun-free zones. Bad guys with guns are going to go places that they want to go, and they will be more likely to go to places where they know that there are no good guys with guns. And so that's the first thing. Our schools and our churches and our hospitals and our malls and we need places where people can feel safe. But there seems to be more and more bad people with ill intent in the world. It's not that there's more guns; it's that there's more bad guys. It goes back to I think some of what we talked about. Whoa, is this a 1-minute question? Okay. So I guess get rid of. I'm completely for no gun control at all. I don't think that fixes any of our problems. The schools, I think that we have student resource officers. I would like those to be attached to the sheriff's department or the city police department. But I'm out of time.
Ms. Dutton, since you're the second one, I'll repeat. Bad guys with guns keep coming into our schools. The Democrats say we should enact meaningful gun control. What do you say we should do, if anything?
When I was on the school board in Van, at Van ISD, we were one of the very first school districts in this state to arm our teachers. We trained them, we issued guns, we put them through background checks, through psychological tests, because we felt it was very important that our teachers were armed to protect our students with more than a pencil and a ruler. I was very proud of that. And we have signs at each of our campuses that say our teachers are armed and will protect our students. So that's number one. But secondly, we do need less gun-free zones, absolutely. Van ISD has also secured our schools with the TXDOT cement blocks before each door that keeps people who are going to try to do our students harm from running into the glass doors to get in. We have a strict check at each of those doors, and they have 2 doors that they have to get through before they can get into our schools. We need more secured property locations and campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shield.
Well, unfortunately, I heard that our governor signed SB 728. That gets us closer to Biden's and a radical Democrats' universal gun registration. You need Republicans in Austin who are going to listen to you. I have a CHL, and carrying has already saved my life when a woke corporation would rather I have had my truck jacked and probably been jacked up in the process in downtown Denver one night a few years ago. So I don't believe in any red flag laws, no ban on rounds, ammo, rifles. How much campus violence would have not happened if we didn't have gun-free zones? I remember when we lived in Lindale, my kids were in the school. Do you remember the Canton football coach getting shot a while back? Well, I remember that one of the principals of my child's school said that he had his firearm and he stood at the door and he said, "This man who was headed our way is going to have to get past me first." Wouldn't you feel better if you had principals like that in every school?
Thank you. Mr. Hyde.
I believe there'd have to be more emphasis on security. Teachers shouldn't have to be worrying about packing a gun or being in charge of an attack. That should be something that's done by the school, and security, the security element at the school should be just as important as anybody else that works at the school. And all means taken to place, and the state should be involved in making sure that there's enough employees and workers there that have been trained to secure the school and the best technology that they can, and even really have what I would consider to be like detectives that maintain on what's going on at the school. If there are any problem parents or any problem children, it'd be looked on as a job of securing the school with more manpower and as much capabilities as they could have.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Roszhart.
I like my rebuttals.
Well, in response to the question about do I think that we need more gun control, my answer is hogwash on that. And we don't need any more gun control. I believe what Brent said and what all of these candidates said. We need gun-free zones. And when I was on city council, I did that for our council meetings in the municipal building. I worked with the city manager. We removed the 30-06 sign from the city council offices. I worked out an agreement with our local gun club that I'm a member of, that the gun club can use the police department's firing range. I worked with the University of LeTourneau when I was on the school board with LeTourneau, and the campus carry issue came up, and we decided not to make that a closed campus. So I've done some of that. I'm very active in Second Amendment rights. I'm a lifelong NRA member, Gun Owners of America, TSRA, anything that has to do with Second Amendment. So it would take a whole lot for me to even consider anything about more gun control. I think we have more issues with the mental health, with families breaking down, those type of issues.
Thank you. And Mr. Money, your 30-second remarks.
I'm really sorry, Doug. I'm a lifetime NRA member as well, and I have a company with 40 employees. We have an HR company that we utilize for our payroll and our HR services, and they sent me employee handbook. You forgot to start my time, but okay. The employee handbook that said that my workplace was a weapon-free zone. I told them, no, that's not true. My employees are encouraged to carry weapons if they would like to feel safe, and they're legal to do so. They said, well, okay, well maybe if they follow these rules or do these, and wanted to go through all of that kind of stuff. And I said, you're fired. And I hired another company. It took me a couple of months to change everything over at a lot of expense and time, but that's what you have to do to stop that kind of woke ideology.
Thank you, Mr. Money. Now we're going to shift to what is known as the lightning round. We have 7 questions, and Ms. Dutton, you'll be up first. These are 20-second responses, and there is no rebuttal at the end. They're fairly straightforward questions. I don't know that you'll even need 20 seconds, but you might. All right. Ms. Dutton, here's the first question.
Judge?
Yes.
What I want y'all to do is stand up, and just pass the mic. Back. Yeah. Okay. I'll leave.
Somebody,
is that okay?
Yeah, hand it to Ms. Dutton. Thank you. Ms. Dutton.
Wait, he's got a problem back there, and he's in charge.
I won't be able to hear.
Even with
Hello, can you hear?
There's a mic on the stand. He's got to talk here.
Oh, for the recording.
Oh.
For the recording.
For the recording.
Okay, so that if you'll just get to the mic quickly. Let's be good to our videographer back there. Okay, all right. Ms. Dutton, are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. Who is a member of the Texas legislature, past or present, that you aspire to emulate?
Well, obviously, Dan Flynn was my past state legislator that I really admired. But currently, I would say Representative Jared Patterson. I like what he stands for.
Well, I personally would have liked to have seen Tony Tinderholt become the Speaker of the House this year. And we had a few people vote for him along with banning Democrat chairs, which should have actually happened. But yeah, I really like Tony, and I love Nate Schatzline, and have become really good friends with Terry Lou Wilson, who was a freshman this year.
Thank you. Mr. Hyde.
I would say that someone that I would like to emulate and I respect is actually a sitting representative now, Trent Ashby, who I went to college with, and he's done a great job since he's been in, and everywhere I've been has been discussed on what a great job he's done, and I know what a good guy he is.
Mr. Roszhart.
For past, it would have to be Dan Flynn. Dan was a great guy and a good friend of mine. And it's good to see that Susan is here tonight. President, I agree with what Jill said, Jared Patterson.
Right. Mr. Money.
I would say there's several that I would say, but one guy that I've respected for a long time, and I think he's held his beliefs for a long time, is Brian Hughes, senator. He was a state rep and now a senator, and I think he's well respected. He's smart and very conservative.
And Ms. Shield, you're going to be next. Remember, these are 20-second responses, and you've already gotten a head start by alluding to this in your last answer. The question is, what is your opinion of the practice of the Republican Speaker appointing Democrats to chair some of the House committee?
Well, actually, as a precinct chair in Hunt County, I just got 2 resolutions passed. One was the request for resignation of Dave Phelan, and the other was the supportive censure of Orange County against Dave Phelan. So drunken gavelling's got to go.
Mr. Hyde.
Would you repeat the question again?
Yes, the question is, what is your opinion of the practice of the Republican Speaker appointing Democrats to chair some of the House committees?
Okay. I'm not an Austin insider. Be honest about that. I don't know. Obviously, the practices that are in place have gone on for a long time, I would think, or we would have already heard different from that. And I would be something that I would want to get to Austin and see what's going on and why that practice is taking place and what is the actual practice.
Mr. Roszhart.
I'm opposed to the appointing of Democrat chairs. I think we need to come up with a different system, a different rule to take some of the power away from the Speaker, and that is, let the committee appoint the committee members and let them decide who their chairman is. So that's my answer.
Mr. Money.
I think it's unconscionable that we continue to elect Republican majorities and then put Democrats in charge. If we want to put Democrats in charge, then we'll elect Democrats, but until then, we're going to put Republicans in charge of committees. There's a reason why the Senate continues to pass legislation and the House continues to stop, and we've got to fix it.
I too am not an Austin insider and don't know the reasons that they have appointed Democrat chairs. But what I will do is I will caucus with the other Republicans per caucus rules and RPT rules, and work really hard to advocate to elect the most conservative Speaker of the House who will get the job done.
All right, our next question. Mr. Hyde, you'll lead off with this. Who did you support in the 2016 and 2020 general presidential elections?
Donald Trump.
Didn't take 20 seconds for that. Mr. Roszhart.
Donald Trump and Donald Trump.
Mr. Money.
Ted Cruz and Donald Trump.
Ms. Dutton.
President Donald Trump.
Ms. Shield.
Both the boss, Donald J. Trump.
Mr. Roszhart will lead off this next one. Again, 20 seconds. What is your position on the prospect of renewed vaccine and mask mandates?
Totally against that. We don't need any more mandates from the government on this vaccine issue.
Mr. Money.
The governor needs to call a special session. It's a shame that we didn't get this fixed already. In fact, 2 years ago, no mask mandates, no vaccine mandates, and we need to limit the emergency powers of the governor.
Ms. Dutton.
Absolutely not. We need to ban mandates for vaccines and for masks. And as a small business owner, when the government did shut down our businesses, CA Partners kept working. We kept going to work. We kept flying on planes, and we did not mandate masks or vaccines.
Well, I stood up at the Open Texas rallies. My friends and I had 3 COVID symposiums with frontline doctors, frontline attorneys, and other patriots who were informing the public and letting them know how they could get exemptions from these vaccines and what they could do to stand up against the tyranny.
Mr. Hyde.
Against and against.
There you go. All right, Mr. Money, you're up next, and the question is, again, 20-second responses. What is your take on the current state of the Paxton impeachment trial?
Oh man, I don't think that you can root out corruption with a corrupt process. So even if I don't know all the situation, I'm watching the impeachment trial like probably a lot of you are in between trying to work and run a campaign. But it's a disservice to Texas to have a process where someone can be impeached with absolutely no evidence.
I do trust our process, and I do trust the Texas Senate to make the right decision with the information that they're given, and I trust them to make a good decision about this issue.
This was a rushed, unconstitutional process, and I was there Tuesday praying for the Paxtons and listening to this garbage. I mean, Dade Phelan wants to argue about what the Paxtons spent on their kitchen over Snowmageddon's, issues and their flooding in their house. I think we've got bigger fish to fry, and I think this is witch hunt just like it is for Donald Trump.
Mr. Hyde.
Well, as a lawyer for 27 years, I'm a big believer in evidence, and I'm not in the trial. I haven't seen the evidence presented. I don't know, and I'm not going to rely upon newspaper reports about it. So I would trust that the senators will do the right thing, but as far as having, just like Brent said, between working and campaigning, I haven't had time to watch that.
And then Mr. Roszhart.
I agree with Jill on this one. I trust the system. I trust the Senate and what they're going through, the process that they're going through, and looking at the evidence deeply. So I'm glad I'm not down there having to vote on something like that. But I do trust the process and hope that they come up with a resolution to it and get beyond it and get the state back on doing the business they should be doing.
Ms. Dutton, back up for this next question. Again, 20-second responses. Have you voted in the last 4 Republican primaries and the last 4 local nonpartisan elections?
Yes, every single one.
Yes, I vote in every election, including municipal.
Mr. Hyde.
No, I had emergency surgery in 2020, so I was in the hospital.
Yes, everyone.
I always vote, and I always try to drag as many people as I can to the polls, and that's what I'd ask for each and every one of you to do as well. Thank you.
This was the last of the lightning round questions. Ms. Shield, you'll start us off. And the question is, again, 20-second responses. What are your sources for daily news?
Well, we watch Newsmax, and I have a journalist friend who works for Victory News, and Pastor Paul and I just sat in the booth yesterday and watched them do the afternoon news over at Kenneth Copeland's place. So all very conservative and, actually the most conservative and constitutional. And my husband said Dan Bongino.
Mr. Hyde.
I read a couple of sites that have a synopsis of 6 or 8 different newspapers and try to read with the synopsis of all the different papers and what they said.
Mr. Roszhart.
Well, first off, before I read any news, I get into the Word and read the Bible to get my perspective right. But then there's a ton of different sources that I go to and both sides, so I want to get viewpoints from both sides. So I get the Texan, the Texas Tribune, the Scorecard, the Herald Banner, the Zandt News, the Epoch Times. There's a tremendous amount of ones besides listening to Fox News or some of those.
Mr. Money.
Doug just stole my answer, and he probably said it better than I could have. But for Texas news, I read the Tribune, the Texan, Scorecard. I follow a lot of different varied people on Twitter and try to make sure that I'm hearing a lot of different perspectives.
I read the Texan, the Texas Voice, Texas Scorecard, and I think my favorite is Jim Dennison's Dennison report. It has a biblical worldview perspective.
Candace, once you have a seat again, we're going to have one final question that's more in-depth, In fact, it will permit a 3-minute response. Mr. Hyde, you will be up first, and of course, because of the format here, you'll have the opportunity, if you wish, for a 30-second rebuttal. Here's the question. We have talked about a lot of Republican priorities and issues this evening. The border, election security, quality education, school choice, school security, robust power grid, roads, water, etc. All require money. What is your position on how the state should be funded? Are you in favor of reducing or abolishing property taxes? And if so, how will lost funds be replaced? Again, a 3-minute response. Mr. Hyde.
I would not be for raising any type of property tax. We can't reach the point where we're having to pay the government rent on our own property. Obviously, sales tax and other things that we've done, and I think Texas is one of the few states that has had surpluses. I think that we should be able to be and work on always being more efficient in that way as far as trying to stay with surpluses. But I would not be in favor of the property tax increase because it's already affecting so many areas. I know in campaigning, talking to an individual that owns apartment complexes, the price and the appraisals keep going up so much that they can't afford to own the apartment complex because they can't charge enough to have anybody live in it. And if those things don't stop, it's going to really wreck the housing industry, and all that can be addressed by trying to nullify the increasing spiraling of the appraisals and property tax. And again, like I said, just try to be more efficient to maintain surpluses, and I think it would be better adjusting sales tax than to punishing the private owners.
Mr. Hyde, Mr. Roszhart, please.
Okay, I think we need to continue to spend less and look for ways to cut taxes. And I think our general revenue, state budget for the general revenue was less than the previous biennium. But also we need to have the fiscal restraint measures that are already in place, continue that too. So one of the reasons that we couldn't spend the total amount of our surplus this last year was because we put a spending cap in place that no more than 12.5% of population growth plus inflation. So that's a way to control the spending, even if the federal portion increases. Also, we need to, the state of Texas has the third largest amount of outstanding local government debt in the U.S. When combined with outstanding state debt, it reaches $10,800 per capita. So each person would owe $10,800. So in total, there's $280 billion in outstanding debt among local governments. So one of the things that we need to do is reduce the debt. The other thing to help out with the lowering the taxes is to grow the economy, and getting rid of some of this inflation and getting a new president in there would help that as well. But if you grow the economy, you're bringing in more money, and then you could look for ways to cut other things or not fund as many things.
Thank you. Mr. Money, would you like me to repeat the question?
Would you please?
Yes, sir. We talked a lot tonight about Republican priorities and issues this evening: the border, election security, quality education, school choice, school security, robust power grids, roads, waters, etc. All require money. What is your position on how the state should be funded? Are you in favor of reducing or abolishing property taxes? And if so, how will lost funds be replaced?
So state funding is primarily through sales tax and then oil and gas revenue and other things. The local property taxes are local. And so the state funding, I don't think needs to change much. But property taxes, I think, have become, or maybe always have been, an immoral way to fund a government. Government needs money but we don't need to make people pay rent to stay in their own properties in order to keep their properties. I want to give you a couple of examples. A property tax is a tax on an unrealized gain. I hear a lot of times, well, isn't it good that your house has tripled in value over the last 5 years? That's good, right? Well, it's good if you're going to sell it. It's not great if you're not going to sell it and if you're going to stay there. And now you're paying for something that you have not realized that value, and you may never. It also creates perverse incentives where people don't have the incentive to maintain their house, make it look pretty, give it curb appeal, because when I was a city attorney, people would have code violations. We'd say, all you need to do is just paint your fascia boards there so it doesn't rot. And they say, well, if I paint my house, then my taxes will go up, and I can't afford to pay the taxes. Mr. Hyde mentioned apartments. This is how apartments work. I represent a lot of property owners on tax issues. Taxes went up last year, so rent goes up this year, right? Well, you go down, and now the next year, the appraisal goes up again. You go down there and say, why did the appraisal go up? And they say, well, commercial property is appraised based on the amount of revenue that's generated. Like, well, the only reason my rent went up and the only reason revenue went up is because of taxes. And they say, well, that counts. So, okay, well, taxes went up. Now I've got to raise it again, and I've got to raise it again, and I've got to raise it again. It creates this feedback loop that continues to skyrocket our taxes. As a city attorney, as a city council member, taxes were a huge priority for me. When I got there, taxes were 72 cents per 100,000 valuation, and the first budget was going to take that up to 74 something cents. Over my 6 years on city council, we brought the tax rate down to 61 cents. So about a 12, 13, depending on how you calculate it, cent decrease in 6 years. The way you do that is that you prioritize and you don't spend all of the money. That's it. It's what each and every one of you has to do with your home family budget. You have a list of needs that you have that need to be done at your home. Things that you need that would help make your life better. And then you have an amount of money, and some things have to be checked off the list. Too often, governments decide that all of the good things need to be done, and we are the ones that have to pay for it. So you need somebody in this role that understands how to cut taxes, and I've been able to do that.
Well, first of all, it is really a shame that we are trying to fund our communities, our local governments, on the backs of property owners. But first of all, we need to stop the unfunded mandates that come down from the legislature. We need to continue to cut these taxes, but I believe that the issue really lies at the tax appraisals. The appraisal reform is where we need to make our changes. Currently, it's broken, it's unfair. It puts the burden on the rural communities, and the property appraisal protest is very frustrating, and it's overwhelming for the homeowners. I really liked Governor Rick Perry's idea when he was governor to limit appraisal increases to population growth plus inflation.
You know, your property is the fruit of your labor, and yet Texans are at risk for losing their hard-earned property. We have neighbor retirees who are leaving to states like Florida because they just simply can't afford their appraisals and their taxes. So SB 2 tax relief bill is a step in the right direction, but it's only a step. Passing a constitutional amendment on the November ballot to establish a temporary limit on the maximum appraisal value of real property, increase in homestead exemption, and limiting school district ad valorem taxes, again, only a temporary limit. We need to quit spending all of our revenue. Conservative fiscal responsibility is key to get in place of eliminating the property tax altogether. 18 million of our 33 million surplus spending was just on this tax relief, but it's just not enough. It's just a dent, it's crumbs. So what are we doing with 67 billion plus in property tax money in the state of Texas? Dade Phelan wants to demand oversight on the Ken Paxton's kitchen expenses, but how are we demanding oversight on our state taxation and spending? I would encourage you to follow Texans for Fiscal Responsibility to find some answers there as well. We have incentives to draw the right industries, but if we legislate conservative values and reduce regulations to promote that growth.
Now, let's see, Mr. Hyde, did we start with you on that? Would you like to rebut? No. Okay. So what we're going to do now is move into the closing statements. Now, I think this must be a typo. It said here that you each have 6 minutes. I know I can't imagine that that's what they meant, but I assure you that it would be appreciated if you could give some time back. That's what's on here. We started with Ms. Shield for opening statements, and we ended with Ms. Dutton. We're going to do the reverse. So, Ms. Dutton, we'll start with you for closing statements, and then we will end with Ms. Shield.
Thank you, Lance, David, and Donnie, for a well-organized forum. Thank you, Hopkins County, for hosting us. This is a beautiful facility. And thank you, Congressman Fallon, for your words of inspiration and commitment to our nation. And a huge thank you to my friends, my family, and my campaign supporters. You guys are the best, and I couldn't do this without you. We are fortunate to live and work in Texas. We have a great economy and a strong job market. We live in a state where law and order are valued. We fight for our right to work without COVID mandates. We fight to protect and educate our kids, and we step up when the federal government will not. Because of these values, 880,000 people have moved to the Lone Star State since 2020. But this doesn't mean that we rest on our merits. We must ensure that our Texas values remain strong. So let me repeat what I think are most important. I want to shut down Biden's open border. Since the federal government will not, Texas must do it. I want to make deeper cuts in property taxes because Texas needs to live up to its low state tax reputation. And finally, I want to confront the liberal woke agenda. I'm pro-life, I'm pro-Second Amendment, and pro-freedom. We must give law enforcement more tools to secure our border and to protect our communities. We have to stop funding our communities primarily on the backs of property owners. And we must continue to strengthen Texans' freedom, whether it is for the rights of the unborn, the rights of gun owners, the right to farm, the right to protect our natural resources, the right to parent our own children, and to let kids be kids without letting others push their leftist agendas on our children. These are why I'm asking you to elect me as your state representative. As a business owner during COVID quarantine, our company kept working. We flew on planes, and we did not require the masks or the vaccines. As a school board trustee, I worked to preserve our Christian conservative values in our schools, encouraged our parents to get involved, to communicate with their teachers and their principals, and empowered them to take the lead in their children's education. As a community member, I helped raise money for teacher grants and for student scholarships. And I also helped our community heal and improve after a tornado passed through our town and our school district. As a political activist, I started a women's Republican club in my own county to educate, lead, and empower the women in my community to learn about the political process, to educate themselves on the issues and the candidates so that they could critically think for themselves, so that they didn't have to have other people or other organizations tell them what to think or how to vote. I want to listen, I want to learn, and I want to work hard to get results for you and for our district. And I will reflect your conservative values. Thank you for your time tonight, and I humbly ask you for your vote on November 7th.
Thank you for your time and attention. I'm really surprised almost everybody has stayed this long. It's a late night, and I really appreciate y'all listening attentively to each of us. I think there's a lot of similarities and hopefully, as you've noticed, some differences. I wanted to talk a little bit about what my priorities would be when I get to Austin. Just a top 3 priorities. And we've talked about some of them tonight, so I won't belabor it. But border security is the number 1 priority that faces our state. If we don't have a border, then we're not a state. If we don't have a border, we're not a country. So I want to preserve the values that made Texas great, but first of all, we have to preserve a Texas that's really a Texas. Second, property taxes. That is a continual issue. The only thing that the legislature has to do every year is pass a budget. It has to do that, or every other year, I should say every session. It has to pass a budget. When I was on city council, I continually passed budgets that lowered taxes. Spent less money this year than we did last year. That's the way you do it. And so I know that I know how to do that. There's 2 parts of taxes, and I want to talk about this for just a second. There's the appraisal, and then there's the tax rate. And many of you have probably gone down to protest your tax appraisals. I know in Hunt County, it's usually about 2,500 people go down and protest their tax appraisals each year. When I served on the city council for 6 years, do you know how many people came down and protested a tax rate, which is the other half of determining how high your taxes are? Most years, at most 3 or 4. So I would tell you, if you're worried about your high taxes, yeah, go talk to the tax appraiser, tell him, to bring it down, but he's probably got the value of your house right. That's not his or her fault. The fault is the people that you elected that continually raise the rate. Or as your appraisal goes up, they keep the rate the same. So in my 6 years on city council, we lowered our tax rate 12 cents. In Miss Dutton's 12 years on school board, the tax rate went up 4 cents. I know how to lower taxes. We both say it's a priority, but there's a difference here. Look at who has actually done it. Third, I want to talk a little bit more about parental choice in education. I do not believe that one size fits all. One size doesn't fit all 5 of my kids. And I don't think one size fits all of the kids of Hopkins County or Hunt County or Zandt County. That does not mean the school is not good. We've got to get away from this idea where we think that if you're in favor of school choice, you're against a public school. Public schools are always going to be the primary place where most people educate their kids. And they will always have an advantage of being a community school and of having local property tax revenue. The private schools are never going to have local property tax revenue. So they're always going to have an advantage. They're going to have the football team. They're going to have the band. They're going to have all of the great things that we love about public schools that make it a part of our community. But we don't need to say everybody has to go to this school. Or if you want something different for your child, if you think your child would benefit from a different type of education, then you need to go and pay for that yourself. Some people just can't. I've been blessed to be able to, but some people can't. And it's not fair that the state of Texas, which funds public education well, says we'll only fund a secular government-run education. We won't fund the education that parent needs for their child. There is no accountability like parents choosing what's best for their child. An engaged parent making a decision what's best for their child is what is best for the community as a whole. And so in my business, I've added new offices over the years in places where I thought things were underserved and other businesses weren't performing well. Every time my business opened an office in an area in a response to poor performance of competitors, guess what happened to the competitors' performance? They increased, they got better, and everyone got better service in that area because we were there providing a higher level of service. The same thing would happen for the public schools. If there are competition that pops up, the public schools are going to increase. It also gives teachers choice. Teachers right now, if they want to make any kind of a wage, have to work at the public school. A lot of teachers would love to work at a private Christian school, but they can't because there's no money. This would give teachers options. So I'm very passionate, as I think you can tell, about school choice. I think it makes our communities and our families stronger. I've built a business from scratch that now has 40 employees and covers 6 counties. I've served on city council for 6 years. I've represented hundreds of small business and property owners during my time as an attorney and helped them solve problems that were affecting their businesses, their lives, and try to make their lives better. I'm the kind of bold Christian conservative leader that I believe that this district needs. We are one of the most conservative districts in the state of Texas, and we need to elect one of the most conservative representatives in the state of Texas. We don't need to elect people that will go along to get along. We need somebody who's going to move the conversation toward conservative Christian values. Not go down there and try to figure out what's going on, but go down there with a plan and an agenda to move things to the right. Thank you.
Okay, I want to close with a personal story. I mentioned in my opening remarks that I had retired. Well, I wouldn't be standing here today if it weren't for the COVID vaccine mandate. You see, the company I work for is a government contractor, and back in mid-2021, the Biden administration passed down a mandate that all employees of government contractors must take the COVID vaccine prior to December the 5th, 2021, or they would be terminated. Military, hospital, and medical personnel were also given the same mandate. Well, I am all for vaccines when they have been proven to be safe and effective, but everything I was hearing and reading about this mRNA vaccine was that it was neither fully safe nor effective. Therefore, rather than take the jab or be terminated, I chose to take early retirement. I loved my job and had planned on working for another 3 to 5 years. I could have submitted a religious exemption, but I didn't feel that was an honest reason for my objection. I was opposed due to the overreach of government on my individual freedoms and forcing an experimental vaccine on me. It was a choice that was difficult to make, but I felt I needed to stand on principle rather than cave into government demands. I share all this to say that I am willing to stand on principle and for what I believe, even if it cost me my career and my livelihood. Looking back on it now, I can see that God had something else in store for me and has called me to run for this office to represent Him and you in Austin. My career as an engineer and manager within the aerospace and defense industry gave me experience working with multiple U.S. military and government agencies and officials, including the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, Customs, Border Patrol, the FBI, NASA, and NATO, as well as many international customers, including each one's unique requirements and regulations. I've managed budgets and contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And as a senior manager, I had to manage a team of over 40 employees, including hiring and firing as necessary. I have held a top secret clearance and have worked on many exciting projects, including the presidential fleet of aircraft. I believe this work experience makes me a unique asset for the district and the legislature. This experience, combined with my personality, will help me be the most effective of any of these candidates in Austin. I can bring people together and help find solutions to help preserve our thriving state and district. But lest you think that I would be given over to too much compromise to bring about a deal, let me assure you that there are foundational issues that I will not compromise. Upon those are the right to life, the right to keep and bear arms, parental rights, freedoms of speech and religion. In other words, following the principles of God's Word and the constitutions of the United States and Texas. Ever since April, when God called me to run for this office, I have spent countless hours researching the various issues important to our state and our district, in order to become more thoroughly educated about both sides of each issue. Rest assured that I welcome the opportunity to listen to our constituents of this district and learn of their concerns and hear their ideas to help make our district and our state a better place to live and raise our children and grandchildren. I am ready to listen, learn, and lead. You know, this campaign really is like a job application. As Pat Fallon likes to say, and you heard him say tonight, you, the constituents of this district, are the bosses. If elected, I will work for you. You have the power to hire me, give my performance review, and fire me if necessary. Tonight's debate is part of the interview process. Think for a moment, if you were looking to hire someone, what would you look for? Would you look strictly at how much money a person has, or who's the best talker, or who's the best looker? Or would you try to hire the most experienced person, one with a proven track record of past accomplishments, leadership traits, and one who could help your business succeed? One who has the right character traits, such as integrity, works well with others, trustworthy, and is not one who only thinks about himself or what he can gain, but puts others above himself. Reflecting back on the Scout Law that I learned almost 50 years ago, I believe these are character qualities you should look for. And this is the Scout Law. Is your job candidate trustworthy? Is he loyal? Is he helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent? Don't think that I'm pointing negatively at any one of my opponents, because I'm not. I tell people all the time, I am not running against these other candidates. I'm running for this office. One last thing I'd like to address before I close, and it bothers me to see the division within our nation today, and Pat Fallon talked a little bit about this as well. He stole my speech, by the way, yeah. We pledge that we are one nation under God, indivisible, but yet we are totally divided on so many issues. Our country, our state, and even this district is getting more and more divided, not only between Republican and Democrat, but even within our own party. We tend to look at individuals and judge them according to where they fall on the political spectrum, from liberal to conservative. We put labels on people and judge accordingly. I believe we need to judge less and show more love and compassion. I am not on the political fringe. I'm not bought and paid for by any individual or organization. I'm one who listens to all sides of the spectrum and makes a common sense decision based on facts. I believe that I could unify our party and bring both sides together. Don't misunderstand me. I still have staunch conservative values and won't compromise on those principles that we have fought so hard to attain. As I did during my whole career as an engineer within a major corporation, as well as my time on the city council, I have brought people together with diverse backgrounds and expectations, and I work to gain consensus and achieve an agreeable solution. I want to bring that experience to Austin as your conservative state representative who can achieve results on your behalf. Again, my name is Doug Roszhart, and I have a heart for serving you. So thank you for being here and staying awake to listen.
Mr. Hyde. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's attention tonight. It's been a long night, and everyone's been very active and paying attention. We appreciate that. We can notice that from up here. I want to represent you, this district in Austin. And when I say I want to represent you, the people in this district, when I've been going and shaking hands and stopping in businesses, feel like we haven't been represented in a long time. We want somebody to represent us, not some other area, not some other issue. We want to have someone that's not a representative on an island. We want to have someone that can get in and address things and represent us on trying to get things we need, not somebody who's been blackballed when they got there. And that's my job and my goal of being your representative, is getting in there and working hard to get things done for the people that deserve it in this district. I feel like my skills of being an attorney and negotiating and arguing and reading statutes could all be beneficial to help those things take place. I'm a firm believer in trying to secure our property rights. That is a big deal. It becomes more and more issue every day. Proposition 1 on the ballot this time of the Right to Farm bill is an example of things that need to continue as far as protecting our property rights. I'd also like to continue to lower property taxes, as it's all been addressed by all of us tonight. That is an issue that's going to continue. That's an issue that's got to be addressed. Continue to protect our Second Amendment rights. Try to do everything I could to make our schools safer and better. But I think one thing that makes me kind of uniquely qualified about an issue that hadn't really been addressed much so far tonight, it wasn't on any of the questions, and it's something that may be kind of sneaking up on us, but it's the Chinese invasion that's taking place here in Texas. That's a real threat. 300,000 acres of land has been purchased by Chinese in Texas, and much of that is farmland, and we've always prided ourselves as being the breadbasket of the world. Well, if we're not careful, we're not going to be able to even provide enough food for our own families, and it's putting pressure on American farms as it is. But my legal background, my agricultural background, and my law enforcement background of being a prosecutor for over 10 years would come into play in fighting that fight, which I think may be the most important thing in this next session, is trying to make sure that we're secure. And there's a lot that has to go in effect of that. We can't have third-party straw men protecting the Chinese being used to make money, to hide it. It has to be something that they should be punished for if they get involved in it. But it has to be an all-out assault to make sure that that doesn't happen. And that would be one of my main priorities in representing you in this district and the farmers in this district, to make sure that that doesn't take place.
Well, I promised you one of my Alamo level stories, and I'm sharing this with you. I think I told you I was a flight attendant for American Airlines. That was during 9/11, and we're coming up on the 22nd anniversary of this. This story relates to that, and I assure you that you're going to be very alert after you hear this story. I was invited to become a part of a pastor and prelate group called POTUS Shield. And we met at the National Press Club a week before Trump's inauguration in January of 2017. On my way home, I was with a church friend at Reagan National Airport. And as we were about to board the flight, the full flight, I looked at this young man, Muslim man, Pakistani, and God showed me Gaddafi's face on him. And I said, Lord, why are you showing me this? And he said, because he's a terrorist. And I felt this gumption of the Holy Spirit rise up in me like, how dare you? And in that moment, I felt like it must have felt for David when he went against Goliath. How dare you? And so I looked at this man, he caught my gaze, and I went for him, and I kept repeating Jesus. And this man was like, what? And I said, he's not just Isa, a prophet to you. He's the prophet, priest, and king of the universe. And I said, he's going to show up and he's going to show you who he is, and even if he has to invade your dreams. And this man was shaken. And he said, what Muslim man says to a white Christian woman, I need to sit next to you on this plane because I need you to teach me? That's God. And so as a flight attendant for 7 years, to get people to move seats is almost impossible. I got on that flight. The lady I was traveling with said, what are you doing? She said, God told me he's a terrorist. I said, yeah, me too, but we're getting on the flight. And so we said 2 by 2, let's do it. I let the flight attendants in the back of the plane know what was going on. They kind of tried to brush it off, but they figured it out pretty soon. I got both a man who was already asleep in the window to move to his middle seat, the man on the aisle to switch seats with the other lady's aisle seat. And we trapped him in there, and he was arrested by the Holy Spirit that whole flight. This man said things like, you know how we're going to Dallas today, from D.C. to Dallas? I said, yeah. He said, a lot of people are coming to Dallas today. You need to look up U.S. versus Holy Land Foundation trial in 2008. It'll scare you. This man said, well, a lot of people are coming to Dallas. They're coming by plane, train, automobile, bus just to get to Dallas today. I said, thank you for telling me the plan of the enemy. I said, Lord, if this man is on a suicide mission, why would he want to do it? This man pulls out his phone as if to answer the question in my head and said, this is my mother. She died 3 years ago of cancer, and I just want to be with her. So we had looked at pictures on his phone the whole flight, and I'd seen a stack of passports this man had. He was 26 years old. He said that his job was the assistant to the Deputy Speaker of the House of Pakistan. He had pictures in his phone of being at the UN that week, of being in Washington, D.C. that week on a mission, and he was coming to Dallas to be a part of another mission. So we prayed for him. He allowed us to pray for him during the flight. At one point, he tried to rush up to the first class, and they stopped him and sent him to the back of the plane. So at one point, God made his phone disappear. We had it the whole flight and could not find it, and he was very nervous. How far out from Dallas are we? What time is it? And we said, well, you know, this is what time it is, and this is approximately how far out we are. Well, he didn't find the phone until landing. And when we said, oh, Raheem, I see you found your phone, he said, yes, but it's too late. I thought, too late for what? So he had been communicating with some other men on the flight, but said he was alone. So we get off the plane, and the flight attendants give me a nod like, okay, we get it now. And at baggage claim, he met up with those same people, the sleepers that were on the flight with him. And on the way home, we tell my son, who picks us up, look, this is what happened. He's been through Bible college. He's seen miracles, but this was kind of, wacky to him. But we dropped my friend off, and he says, can we go to Lowe's for Dad? I said, sure. And we walk in. And as we're walking in, a family is walking out, and a little boy, as he passes by me, breaks out into a song and dance. His power, his power, his power. I said, yes, Lord, it was your power. Whatever their plans were, you stopped it. And so a couple of weeks later, I'm deleting old emails in my phone, and I come across one that says when Gaddafi died. Now God showed me Gaddafi's face on this man. So when Gaddafi died, we knew he had he had 150,000 ground-to-air missiles on him, but we knew he had more. What has come across our southern border, besides the trafficking, the drugs, the fentanyl, the immigrants? This kind of stuff has crossed our southern border as well, and all it takes is GPS on this phone on that plane to make contact, and God made that phone disappear. You not only deserve a state representative who will go to Austin and with your values, you need somebody who is battle tested, who's going to fight for you, and this is a spiritual warfare down there. And I already know how to do that for you. So elect Chris to shield, a shield for your constitutional rights in Texas House District 2. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the forum, and now Chairman Lance will announce the results of the straw poll. Chairman Lance.
All right, again, for all the candidates that are up here, can you give them another round of applause? I was part of some of these questions, and I'm glad I didn't have to answer them today. All right, okay. So I do have the results of the straw poll. A little unusual. Had a write-in candidate receiving 2,024 votes. Donnie Weisenbaker. Yeah, pretty good. That's why he handed it to me, by the way. Okay, so seriously, in the order of the ballot, 37 votes for Jill Dutton, 33 votes for Heath Hyde, 48 votes for Brent Money, 22 votes for Doug Roszhart, and 7 votes for Krista Shield. Dyslexia. So those are our results. I know.
Yeah, that's it. I can see him making
Yeah. You got the most votes.
You thought you was through with me, but we got to do an announcement or two. David's got an announcement first.
If you haven't had enough tonight, Hunt County GOP Club and Hunt County Republican Party will be holding a forum. Same candidates, same folks in Greenville on October 14th. You can check our Facebook pages for more information.
And to save my hide, I've got to say this. I forgot to say that to thank Melody Finley and Sunan Gober for the decorations of the hall and tonight, because they did a great job. And also my wife informed me that their Republican club is meeting Tuesday night at the Rock at 6:30. And it's a barter program. Dale Hulls has put it on his presentation. Dale has worked on the barter quite a bit. And it ought to be a very informative meeting. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for being such a good crowd, paying attention and listening. Hope to see you again here soon. Bye-bye.
Well, I thought there was some of this. Oh, I forgot to see it.
decimal places. This is not the old Lance I know.
Stay tuned and stay active in what goes on in HD2. We'll keep you posted. Have a blessed night. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time.